We are going to proceed with the meeting.
Stand by 3. 1 3. Check your headroom, camera 2. Camera 2 headroom.
I see these chairs, the way they
Headroom,
are
camera
arranged,
2.
because it's
Stand by
2
1.
2, you have to sit on
On 1.
one chair. And
Camera
then
1. So if you can hear me, check your headroom, please.
there are other chairs up there.
Stand by 3.
Kufanele ngabe sihleli ngamunye esihlalweni kanti futhi ke zikhona nezinye izihlalo
Check your focus,
phezulu
camera 3.
bengicela ukuthi sizame ukuthi siqaqane ngaleyo ndlela.
Check your focus.
And we want to request that all of you should wear your mask. Those who will be allowed to remove the mask, it's when you are given opportunity to speak.
Futhi ke kubalekile nokuthi sihlale sigqoke izifonyo zethu noma ama-mask abavumeleke ukuthi bazigumule yilabo abazobenikezwa ithuba lokuthi bakhulume.
I don't think we need a translator on the screen. But anyway, it's fine. Do
Back
it.
to 1.
I'm going to ask all of us to stand up and sing the national anthem and request Abu Dada to remove
Give me a while when you're standing up for the.
their hats.
Still on
Ngicela
1.
sisukume sicula isiculo lesizwe bese ngicela obaba bakhumule lokho abakufaka emakhanda.
Check focus 3.
We'll request the team to assist us with the singing of the national anthem.
The title. I'm saying once you take the focus when you zoom out, automatically it closes it. Okay, so if you bring it down. Okay, let's have a look at it. Try to work on it. But anyway, it's fine. Number 1. These things we should have checked them earlier. No, he wants the same language to be dropped. What I'm trying to say is that if we have time, because we've been doing this.
Is it over the strap?
Back to
Or
1.
is it too high?
No,
Thank
it
you
says
very
it's
much.
too high.
Okay.
Siyabonga
So,
kakhulu.
but we'll try and drop it.
Okay, cool.
We'll just try and drop it.
Okay, thank you. And the stream is on?
Yeah, the stream is on. It's going.
Excellent.
My name is Machweni Rosina Semenya.
His name. Her name,
I'm the
sorry.
chairperson of the Portfolio
Rosina.
Committee on
Rosina.
Human Settlement.
It should be.
Igama lami nguMachweni Rusina Semenya, usihlalo wekomiti lasePhalamende lezokuhlaliswa kwabantu.
We
Still on 1.
we are the
Super.
committee accompanied
Super.
by the technical team
Yeah, stay there.
from Parliament of the
Yeah, so
Republic
we
of
must
South
drop it.
Africa.
No, not on air. Eh? Please not on
Siyikomiti
air.
ke
You can't do that on
sihamba
air.
noma sinekomiti lethu longoti
No, you must don't
lasePhalamende
do this thing on air. You
laseNingizimu
must
Afrika.
put it down. You must take it out and then and drop it.
We
You
have
don't
a
need to zoom. You
technical
just need to
team.
drop it down.
I'm going to request them
Take
to
this
stand
thing
up
out.
and
I mean,
take
the
a
same
bow
language
so
off
that you
air.
can see them.
Ngizocela ke
Yeah,
amalungu
and then
aleli
drop
qembu
it.
asukume ukuze
Or you can drop it on
siwabone
preview.
sibingelele.
Can you do that so that I can cut
And
it?
amongst them, there are translators,
Kukhona ke notolika
1 3.
translators in various languages that are spoken in South Africa.
abatolika ke ngezilimi ezihlukahlukene ezikhulunywa lapha eNingizimu Afrika.
What is good about KZN is that it's only one language that is
Then, yeah, then
dominant,
you can
and
drop it now.
therefore we'll have translation on that language, which is isiZulu.
Okuhle-ke ngesifundazwe saKwaZulu Natal ukuthi kunolimi lwesiZulu okuyilona
Yeah, MJ.
oluningi noma
Say, I don't know if
olukhulunywa
Nish
kakhulu
told you
lapho
already,
sizotolikelwa
that I'm
ngolimi
hard, right?
lwesiZulu isikhathi
But
Yes,
I
yes,
want,
yes, keep
I
it
want
local,
to
keep it
check
sure.
in the house if there is anybody who need a translation on other language except isiZulu, or the one that I'm using
Yeah,
as the chair.
ngizocela-ke ukubuza ukuthi-ke mhlawumbe ngabe bakhona yini abanye abadinga ukutolikelwa ngezinye izilimi ngaphandle kwesiZulu noma-ke lolu engilisebenzisayo
Yeah, we're working on it.
All of us were comfortable with Zulu and English.
sonke-ke asinankinga ngokutolikelwa ngesiZulu nangesingisi.
Thank you very much.
Siyabonga kakhulu.
Members, as I've indicated, I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlement. There are committee members with me, which I must introduce. In my far left, we have Honorable Tseki, coming from Gauteng.
Njengoba sengishilo kunamalungu ekomiti leli ngusihlalo walo ngale umnumzana uTheki waseGauteng.
And then we have Honorable Tafeni from Eastern Cape.
Alandelwe umhlonishwa uThafeni waseMpumalanga Koloni.
Next to me is Dr. Kumalo from Gauteng.
Eduze kwami ke uDokotela uKhumalo ke waseGauteng.
My right hand side we have Honorable Malachi from Gauteng and Limpopo.
Ngakwesokudla sami ke sinomhlonishwa uMalathi waseGauteng naseLimpopo.
And then we have Advocate Masuta from Gauteng and Limpopo.
Bese kuzoba ke uAdvocate Masuta naye waseGauteng naseLimpopo.
And we are very humbled by the presence of the mayor of the municipality, Zimkulu Tebola.
Sizizwa sithobekile kakhulu ngokuba nemeya yalendawo sikuyo namuhla.
I hope I've pronounced it correctly, the mayor. Thank you very much. And then we have the speaker, Ms. Eunice Majola.
Kukhona ke nosomlomo ke unkosikazi Eunice Majola.
And I'm told there are councillors of this municipality. We'll request them to take a bow.
Sizwile ukuthi khona namakhansela akhona besicela ukuthi asukume nawo asibingelele.
And we are thankful that you are here with us, and we are humbled by your presence.
Siyabonga kakhulu ke ukuthi nibe nathi futhi sizizwa sithobekile kakhulu ngokuthi nihlanganyele kanye nathi kulomhlangano.
In my mother's language, very how fitla meeting, you have to be welcomed by the owners so that they can guarantee that all the dogs are, or they've done everything to protect you. So we are now going to invite the mayor to welcome us in his town.
Ngolimi lwami lasekhaya ke kuthiwe uma kuzofika ivakashi kufanele ukuthi owendawo afike azozamukela aziqinisekise ukuthi konke kuphephile ngakho ke ngizocela uba umeya ukuthi asamukele.
His Lordship, you're welcome.
Mhlonishwa.
Honorable Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee, Speaker of Msundo's Municipality and councillors,
Sihlalo namalungu ekomiti somlomo namakhansela.
Members of the community of Msunduzi and of course neighboring municipalities, because I've seen people from across the Mkumundlovu district. Welcome to the city of Pietermaritzburg, Msunduzi. Your presence here today, Chairperson, with the members, especially during this month of June, is indeed the fulfillment of the promise made by the people of South Africa some years ago. I believe your coming here to consult us, ordinary citizens of our country, is really showing your commitment, the commitment of the government of South Africa when many years ago we said the people shall govern. But we also made a commitment ukuthi bonke abantu kuyofa ukuthi babuyiselwe isithunzi, ukuthi bakhelwe babe nezindlu, umhlaba ubuyele kubona. Siyakholwa ukuthi uma nihamba la lizobe nizwile imbono yabantu base KZN. Ngiyakholwa sesisithi isikhathi silindile, kodwa noma kunjalo we appreciate the work that the government is doing. We are proud ukusho ukuthi had it not been because of the caring government, abantu ngabahlele inkingeni. Recently we have just seen ama-floods. We are grateful awasishayanga kakhulu thina la eMsunduzi, because as much as we still do have challenges in terms of human settlements, but the majority of our people enjoy the fruits of this democracy. You are welcome in this hall, and I believe is the only one in the country where ama-giants athile emlandweni wethu have ever walked and addressed here. Inkosi uAlbert Luthuli was once here. I'm told ngoba ngangakafiki. Ubabu Desmond Tutu was here. I'm told Mahatma Gandhi also addressed here. Kanjalo Nelson Mandela. There's one thing a common kulabo bantu bonke. Bonke ilabantu ababathola iNobel Peace Prize. So we are fortunate ukuthi nize lana. I hope you'll enjoy your stay here. You'll enjoy the hospitality of the people of the city of choice. Siyanimema ukuthi base noqedile umsebenzi enze kuwona lana nithi ukusihambela nje. Njengamanje kune Royal Agricultural Show la eduze yavalwa kusasa, so kungakuhle nje nihambe, one of the biggest events in the country ongahlangana nayo. Thank you very much. Siyanamukela.
Ngibingelele usihlalo nomphakathi wonkana namakhansela akhona. Ngibingelele ngokukhethekile amakhansela aphuma kwezinye noma kwamanye omasipala abaseduzane abakulesifunda soMgungundlovu district. Ngithanda ukuthi ngibonge kakhulu kwikomiti leParliament ukuthi lifike la lizobona abantu abayizakhamuzi zezwe, ngoba lokho kugcwalisekisa okwakushiwe eminyakeni eminingi eseyadlula ukuthi abantu bayobusa. Lokho ke kubufakazi balokho, futhi sizizwa sikhethekile futhi sithokozile kakhulu njengabantu balapha eMgungundlovu ukuthi nifike nizokhuluma nathi nizwe okusithintayo kakhulu, ngoba udaba lwezindlu ilona oliyaye lunikeza abantu isithunzi sabo ngokuthi bakhelwe izindlu bathole nendawo zokuhlala ezifanele. Ngakho ke njengoba sike sabona kunezikhukhula ezike zabakhona esifundazweni, noma singathintekanga kakhulu lapha eMgungundlovu, siyathokoza ukuthi uthi nifike nizokhulumisana nathi nizwe izimvo zethu ngaloku enizosibona ngakho. Okunye ke okuhlaba umxhwele ukuthi nila kuleli holo elinomlando omkhulu lapho eseke kwama khona ingqalabutho efana nolanga elifana no Gandhi, esifana no Desmond Tutu nabanye abaningi abanikezwe no Albert Luthuli abathola lokho abathi Nobel Peace Prize. Ngakho ke leli holo nalo linomlando omkhulu siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi ke nifike nizohlanganyela nathi futhi siyanamukela sicela ukuthi ke konke sokuthi kudingidwe la nikuthathe njengomphako nihamba nabo senibuyele eParliament siyabonga kakhulu namukelekile.
Thank you on His Lordship, the Mayor of the city of Msunduzi. This is our second leg here in KZN. We were in Richards Bay yesterday, and today we are here in Pietermaritzburg. And the Mayor, you have raised a very important issue on the floods that affected this area, and we want to pass our condolences as the portfolio committee to those that have lost their loved ones, and we're told that there are still some people who are missing, and we are there. We are with them in their prayers so that they can find those bodies and their spirit will then rest in eternal peace.
Siyabonga kakhulu ke baba Meya ngokusamukela kanti ke uthinte iphuzu elibaleke kakhulu la enkulumeni yakho lokuthi ke kukhona kube kwaba khona izikhukhula sithanda ukusho nje ngekomiti ukuthi siyakhalisana ke nemndeni lelahlekelwe ngoba siyezwa kuthiwa khona nabangakatholakali sifuna ukusho ukuthi siyakhalisana nayo imndeni futhi sinayo emthandazweni sikholwa ukuthi mhlambe ke futhi bogcina betholakele nalabo abalahlekile kanti ke njengoba siyikomiti ke sisesigabeni sesibili noma sesithangameni sesibili esisenza lapha esifundazweni izolo besikade sise Richards Bay namuhla ke sila eMgungundlovu.
I will request that we rise and remember those families with the moment of silence that they've lost their loved ones. Let's observe a moment of silence. Thank you very much. Parliament of the Republic of South Africa is parliament by the people, for the people, and therefore we are required that when we pass legislation, we should go to the people and consult them and solicit their views around the legislation that we are proposing.
Parliament ke laseNingizimu Afrika yiparlamente labantu ngakho ke ngaphambi kokuthi libe nemithetho eliyishayayo ke kufanele ukuthi lihambe liye kubantu lizwe izimvo zabo malana nomthetho lo esiluhlongoza.
And before we start with our meeting, I should indicate as Parliament, before we go to a particular area, we send the team of public education to go and educate people about the bill that we are proposing. I just want to check in this hall how many of people who are here have attended that workshop.
Njengeparlamente ngaphambi kokuthi sifike emphakathini sokhulumisana nawo siyasithumela iqembu lalabo abafundisa umphakathi bezofundisa ngomthetho lo noma umthetho osivivinyo esisuke sofika sodingida bengifisa ukuhlola nje ukuthola ukuthi ngabe bangake lapha kuleli holo asebeke bahambela umhlangano lapho bebefundiswa khona ngalo mthetho osivivinyo lokho abathi ama workshops.
Wow, thank you. Thank you very much. The team from Parliament, you can see the majority have attended the workshop, which is going to make easy or easier for me to summarize this bill and allow you to make your inputs because you have been educated about this bill.
Siyabonga kakhulu sibonge eqenjini leli belade liqeqesha abantu ngiyabona impela iningi labantu bawuhambelele umhlangano noma uqeqesho lo bekwenziwa lokho kuzokwenza umsebenzi wami ube lula kakhulu ngoba ngizothi mangabe sengifinqa nginganabi kakhulu mayelana nomthetho osivivinywa lwesodingida namuhla.
The bill that I'm talking about is the Housing Consumer Protection Bill of 2021.
Phela ngikhuluma ngawo umthetho osivivinywa wezokuhlaliswa noma ukuvikelwa kwabathengi bezindlu ngonyaka ka-2021.
And the bill seeks to repeal the Housing Consumer Protection Measures Act of 1998.
Umthetho osivivinywa ke uzosusa noma uzongena endaweni yomthetho obizwa ngomthetho wezobhekelelo wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu ngo-1998.
Housing Consumer Protection Measures Act came into operation from the 4th of June 1999, and the act was amended for 3 times. That's why the entity and the Department of Human Settlement felt that there is a need to repeal the legislation so that it can strengthen the protection of the consumer on the bill.
Lomthetho ke osuswayo waqala ukusebenza ngomhla ka-4 kuJune 1999 kanti usuchitshiyelwe ke amahlandla amathathu ngakho sibone kunesidingo ukuthi ke njengeParliament sibuye futhi sizophakamisa ezinye izinto ezodinga ukuthi zifakwe kulomthetho ukuze ukwazi ukuthi uvikele abathengi bezindlu nemboni ngokubanzi.
The bill seeks to ensure adequate protection of housing consumer and effective regulation of home building industry.
Shuthi ke lomthetho osivivinywa ke uzoqinisekisa ukuthi kuvikelwe labo abasuke bethenga izindlu uphinde futhi uzokwazi ukuthi ulungise ukuphathwa noma ukulawulwa kweindaba zemboni ezokwakha.
Inter alia strengthening the regulatory mechanisms
Okuhlanganisa ke ukuqinisa ke indlela zokulawula kwalemboni
strengthening the protection of housing consumers,
ukuqinisa ke ukuvikeleka kwalabo abasuke bengabathengi bezindlu
introducing effective enforcement mechanism, and prescribing appropriate penalty or sanction to deter non-compliance by home builders.
ukufaka ke ezokugcinwa komthetho noma nokuqinisa okuyizijeziso esingatholwa yilabo abasuke bengawugcini umthetho futhi nokunciphisa ke amahlandlo noma izigameko zokungalandeli umthetho yilabo abakha izindlu.
In addition, the bill seeks to address economic transformation of the industry through the introduction of provision relating to warranty funds surplus, which may be utilized towards developmental program for the housing building industry.
Kanti futhi ke lomthetho osivivinywa uhlose ukuthi ulethe uguquko kwezomnotho kakhulukazi kulemboni ngokuthi kube khona lokho akubizwa nge-warranty fund surplus noma izimali esuke zisele ezizokwathi isetshenziswe ukuze kube nezinhlelo zokuthuthukisa labo abasembonini yezokwakha.
The bill seeks to create an enabling environment for new entrants into the home building industry through the introduction of contractual provision that ensures their sustainability in the market.
Kanti futhi umthetho osivivinywa ke uhlose ukuthi wakhe indawo eyamukelayo kubantu ke abasaqala ukungena embonini yezokwakha ngokuthi kube khona okuzoba hlinzekelwa izinkontraki abazosayina ezokwenza ukuthi baqhubeke basebenze isikhathi eside kule mboni.
And the bill further seeks to align and create synergy with other relevant pieces of legislation such as Public Finance Management Act of 1999 and the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act of 2000.
Kanti umthetho osivivinywa futhi uhlose ukuthi ulethe ukusebenzisana ngokuxhumana neminye imithetho ekhona njenge-Public Finance Management Act yango-1999 okuwumthetho ozokuphathwa kwezimali zomphakathi kanye ne-Promotion of Administrative Justice Act okumthetho ke uqhuquzelwa kwezokuphatha esinobulungiswa ngonyaka wa 2000.
And the summary of the bill, the chapter 1, deals with the definition, the application of the act and the application of Public Finance Management Act to the council.
Shuthi isifinqo ke salomthetho sivivinywa isahluko sokuqala sikhuluma ngeincazelo neindlela zokusebenza komthetho kanye ke nokusebenza komthetho wezokuphathwa kwezimali zomphakathi emkhandlwini.
And it makes provision for inter alia the definition of the bill to expand the protection afforded housing consumer by including repairs, renovation, alteration, and additions to an existing home under the council regulatory regime.
Kanti futhi ke lomthetho sivivinywa uhlinzekela ke phakathi kokunye incazelo yegama elithi ukwakha ukuthi lisabalaliso ligcine lithinta nezinto ezifana nokulungisa indlu, ukuxhuma indlu, nokunye ke okuphathelene nokushintsha noma kwezinto endlini uma ngabe kusuke kusetshenzwa ngaphansi komthetho ke womkhandlu osuke usebenza ngaleso sikhathi.
The scope, the scope of the application of the legislation is extended to include not only builders who undertake home building as a business, but also the owners builders.
Futhi lo mthetho ke noma ukusebenza kwalomthetho kusabalalele ngisho nakulabo abasuke bengabanikazi bezindlu abakhayo hayi kuphela laba abasuke benza lo msebenzi njengebhizinisi.
Chapter 2 seeks to provide for the continuation of the council as established in terms of section 2 of the act.
Kanti ke isahluko sesibili sona sihlinzekele ukuqhubeka kokusebenza ke komkhandlu olawula kulemboni njengoba nje usungulwe ngokwesigaba 2 somthetho.
As a jurisdicted persons to be known as National Home Builders Regulatory Council.
Ukuthi ke lo mkhandlu ube umkhandlu ofana nomuntu ongashushiseka futhi uzokwaziwa njenge National Home Building Regulatory Council noma
And it further seeks to provide for the objectives of the council, the governance and the structure of the council.
futhi ke lo mthetho uhlose ukuthi uqhubeke lokho okuhloswe umkhandlu ezokuphatha kanye nezinye inhlaka zawo umkhandlu.
Chapter 3 of the bill seeks to provide for the registration of home builders and developers.
Isahluko sesithathu sona ke sibheke ukuhlinzekela ukubhaliswa kwalaba abakha izindlu nalabo abathuthukisayo izindawo kwakhiwa kuzona.
The establishment of register of home builders.
Ukusungulwa kohlu noma iregister yalabo abangabakhi bezindlu.
The requirement for registration.
Izidingo ke zokubhaliswa kuloluhlu.
Suspension of the registration.
Ukumiswa kokubhaliswa komakhi.
Grading of home builders.
Ukukheliswa ke kwalabo abangabakhi bezindlu.
And liability of unregistered home builders or developers.
Nesijezo ke zalabo abasuke bengabhalisile noma abangabathuthukisi bomhlaba kwakhiwa kuwo.
And chapter 4 of the bill seeks to provide for the establishment of the register of enrollment.
Isahluko sesine ke somthetho sivivinywa sona sihlinzekele ukusungulwa kohlu lokubhaliswa noma iregister of enrollments.
The enrollment of a home prior to the commencement of its construction by a home builder.
Ukubhaliswa kwendlu ngaphambi kokuthi kuqala ukwakhiwa kwayo yilowo osuke engumakhi.
Consequences for the failure to enroll a home.
Imphumela ke yokungakwazi ukuthi kubhaliswe noma ukuhluleka ukubhalisa lendlu.
Duties in respect of the subsidy housing project.
Okufanele kwenzeke uma ngabe kusuke kunomsebenzi wokwakha osukuxhasiwe.
And consequences of the failure of the member of the executive council or member of the mayoral committee responsible for human settlement.
Nokuzoba imphumela ke uma ngabe kukhona ukuhluleka kwalowo oyilungu lesigungu esiphezulu somkhandlu noma oyilungu lekomiti lemeya eliphakelene ezokuhlaliswa kwabantu.
A social housing institute or a subsidy housing delivery agents to comply with the provision of the act.
Noma isikhungo sezokuhlaliswa kwabantu emphakathini noma laba ababhekelele ukuthi balethe ezokuhlala ebantwini ukuthi bahluleke ukugcina umthetho lo esikhuluma ngawo.
Chapter 5 of the bill seeks to provide for the funds for the council, the home warranty funds, additional funding through monies appropriated by parliament as the council's regulatory mandate is a public function.
Isahluko ke sesihlanu sona somthetho sivivinywa sibhekelele ukuthi kutholakale izimali zomkhandlu naloko abathi i-home warranty fund noma isiqinisekiso sendlu nanezinye izimali ezizotholakala noma ezizotholwa yiParliament njengoba nje umkhandlu unikwe umsebenzi wokuthi usebenzele umphakathi.
The establishment of non-profit company, management of the funds, the fees of the council, commencement and the duration of the warranty, and the maximum and the minimum amount payable from the warranty funds, claims and limitations.
Ukusungulwa kwenkampani engenzi inzuzo, ukuphathwa kwezimali, izimali ezikhokhwayo umkhandlu, uqala kokusebenza kwewarranty noma isiqinisekiso nanokuthi sisebenza isikhathi esingakanani, izimali ezinkulu noma ezincane ezikhokhwayo ngokwesiqinisekiso noma iwarranty, ukufaka lokho abathi ama-claim kanye ke nokunye ke okuyisilinganiso noma ama-limitations.
Chapter 6 of the bill seeks to prohibit the procurement of the service to build a home which form part of the subsidy housing project from a home builder who is not registered with the council.
Isahluko sesithupha ke somthetho sivivinywa sona sibekelwe ukuthi sivimbele ukusetshenziswa kwalabo abangabakhi emsebenzini yokuhlaliswa kwabantu abangabhalisile nomkhandlu.
Relies on a home that was not enrolled with the council in the tender submission,
Noma usebenzisa ke indlu engabhalisiwe nomkhandlu uma ngabe efaka isicelo sakhe sethenda lokwenza lo msebenzi.
who previously failed to rectify or complete the rectification of the structural defect as directed by the council,
Noma ke ohlulekile ukuthi alungise noma aqede ke umsebenzi wokulungisa lokho kusuke kungalungile ngesakhiwo besakhile njengoba iyalelwe umkhandlu.
with the reasonable grounds, or who failed to disclose any information prescribed by the Minister of Human Settlement.
Ohlulekile ukugcina umyalelo womkhandlu futhi wangabeka izizathu ezizwakalayo zalokhu noma ohlulekile futhi ukuveza olunye ulwazi oludingwa ke ungqongqoshe wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu.
Chapter 7 of the bill seeks to provide for the enforcement of the provision of the bill once enacted.
Isahluko ke sesikhombisa somthetho sivivinywa sona sihlinzekela ukuthi uqale kusetshenziswe umthetho uma ngabe sewushayiwe washicilela.
It also seeks to provide for the appointment and the duties of inspectors,
Futhi ke uhlinzekela uqokwa nemisebenzi yalabo abangabahloli noma ama-inspectors.
the establishment and the powers of the compliance and enforcement committees,
Ukusungulwa ke nokunikezwa amandla aloko kubizwa nge-compliance and enforcement committee okuyikomiti elibhekelele ukugcinwa komthetho nezinto ezithintene nabo.
matters relating to administrative and substantive non-compliance and penalty thereto,
Izindaba ke eziphathelene nezokuphatha kanye ke nokungagcinwa noma kungalandelwa komthetho okusezingeni eliphezulu nezijezo ke esihambisana nalokho.
and the chapter further seeks to provide for alternative dispute resolution, criminal offences and sanctions.
Kanti ke futhi lesahluko sihlinzekela nokutholakala kweyindlela zokuxazulula kokungqubuzana noma inxushunxushu amacala kanye nezijezo esihambisana nawo.
Chapter 8 of the bill seeks to provide for the various matters include the home building manuals, the
Isah-
making of the rules by the council, and of regulations by the minister.
Isahluko ke sesishiyagalombili somthetho sivivinywa sona sihlinzekele izindaba ezihlukahlukene ezihlanganisa ukwakhiwa noma kuba khona kwe-manual ebizwa nge-home building manual, ukushawa kwemithetho ke ezobekwa umkhandlu kanye ke nokunye ke okunqunywe ungqongqoshe.
And this chapter also deals with transitional matters.
Kanti ke futhi lesahluko sibhekele nezinye izindaba ezingabe zenzeka ngokuqhubeka kwesikhathi.
And on economic and empowerment and infrastructure development, as noted above, the bill seeks to provide for warranty fund surplus to be utilized towards transformative human settlements developmental program, which facilitate growth, skills development, and economic transformation in the home building industry.
Kanti ke kwezomnotho ezokuqashwa kanye nokuthuthukiswa kwengqalasizinda njengoba ke sekushiwo ngenhla umthetho osivivinywa ke wona uhlinzekela lokho abathi warranty fund surplus noma izimali esuke zikhona ezisele ukuze setshenziswe ukuze kube noguquko kwezokuhlaliswa kwabantu ngokuthi kube khona izinhlelo ezihlose ukuthi zithuthukise zinikeze abantu noma zinikeze abantu amakhono zicije abantu ngamakhono futhi silethe ke noguquko kwezomnotho ikakhulukazi embonini yezokwakha.
As we've indicated before, the bill seeks to provide emerging home builders greater access and protection through equitable registration requirement, a grading system, the regulation of certain contractual matters, and continuous development and training.
Umthetho osivivinywa ke uhlinzekela nalabo abangabakhi abasangena embonini ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi bathola amathuba futhi bavikeleke ngendlela enokulingana yokubhalisa ukuheliswa kwabo futhi ke kuphinde kuzolawulwa nendlela ezezinkontraka eziphathwa ngayo kuphinde futhi bazonikezwa ke ukuthuthuka okuqhubekayo kanye nokuqeqeshwa.
The proposed provision covering the contractual matters between the home builders, developers, and employers are meant to contribute towards sustainability of emerging of home builders and the growth of the home building industry.
Okuhlongozwayo ke ngokuzinkontraka phakathi kwalabo abangabakhi abathuthukisi bomhlaba kuzokwakhiwa kuwo kanye nabaqashi kwenzelwe ukuthi kube nomthelela omuhle embonini ezokwakha kanye nakulabo abangabakhi abasangena embonini ukuze imboni le ithuthuke.
That is the summary of the bill.
Ileso ke isifinqo somthetho osivivinywa.
So now I'm going to allow those want to make inputs into the bill to raise hands so that we can note them for them to make their inputs.
Ngizovuleleka ithuba lalabo abafisa ukuphefumula noma ukubeka imbono yabo ngale mthetho osivivinywa ukuba baphakamise izandla ukuze sibanikeze ithuba lokuthi bakhulume.
I need 10 people.
Ngizocela nje abayishumi ukuqala.
We'll start with Babala. 1, 2, 3, Baba. 4. I need 10. 5, 6, 7 up there. Still need 3. 8. Yeah, fine. Oh, I'm told it's 10. I'm going to request the mic to go where Ubaba is seated. All those people that have noted, please go to these chairs. And I would want to request that as you speak, you mention your name, where you come from, and then important thing is that you must indicate whether you support or reject the bill.
Ngaphambi kokuthi ukhulume ngizocela ukuthi uqale uzisho igama lakho nalapho uphuma khona bese phinde futhi usazise noma uyaweseka noma uwesekini umthetho osivivinywa.
Let's start with you, Baba. Number 1.
Thank you. Greetings to all. I will just be sure and say all protocol observed. My name is Michael Lutaga. Basically, I'm coming from Richmond, but today I'm wearing a hat as a speaker with Disability Sectoral Parliament of KZN and also Umgungundlovu District Disability Forum. Firstly, yes, we support the bill, but there are rooms that when you go through to it, and when we met with and there were issues that came from specifically from a disability sector, because it seems as if the bill, it's good, it's got all the information right, but there are issues that it seems as it wasn't covered. For instance, accessibility to the bill itself. Right now, I've got a document in front of me, which is written in a very, very small font, which I can't even go through and read and see what is in it. Because in the disability sector, we've got people who are blind, luckily there are sign language interpreters here. So the question that we asked when we met those public participators, will the bill be available on Braille for our blind community so they're able to access it and see? Another thing also that came in was the issue that it's always shy away from us as people with disabilities when it's come to issuing of houses and other things. The houses that are built, they don't cater for us. Because what happened is, during disability, making an example, people on wheelchairs. We on wheelchairs, we are different sizes. But in the house, they just build a house, not take into consideration the nature of my disability. Another thing, we've got people who are short stature in a general way, the short people who are got dwarfism. I'm sorry to use that, but it's not a good term. The houses are not suitable also for those communities. But we wish to see if the houses are built, it must be mandated in the bill before it's sent to an act that if ever house that is built in South Africa or in KZN or in South Africa as a whole, that house must be able to cater for people with disabilities across all disabilities. Another thing also, we ask for a house, they build a house in the mountainous area, knowing exactly I'm a disabled person. How would I climb and go to those places because it's inaccessible? So if the government can take those into consideration and make sure that when the bill is passed with the act, those things are down there. And also come to the construction. We know the bill talks about the issue of community development and other things. But what about the contractors? We heard that when they talk to us, they say there's a room for contractors who run by women, because mostly contractors run by men. So now, us as a disability sector, we've got a lot of our people who are in construction. So if it comes appeal in the act that if ever work is given when the houses are built in that area, contractors for people with disabilities are given an opportunity. Because we've always been left out, we've always been thought about at the end of the day. We'll be very much here for this bill is good, every information in it, but it must be specified so then all the people of South Africa will say, this bill is for us, by us, and is serving our need. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Baba. Number two.
Sorry, Chair.
Oh, sorry.
Igama lami nguMichael Mtha, ngokuhlala ngise-Richmond, ngusomlomo ke we-Disability Forum, nginezinye izikhundla ke futhi enginazo lapho kumele khona abantu abaphila nokukhubazeka. Abakhubazekile. Ngiyaxolisa kakhulu. Ngisomlomo ke we-forum, ngiyaseka umthethosivivinywa, kanti ke ngangihambele futhi ne-workshop. Kodwa ke ngaphakamisa ke udaba oluthinta ke laba abantu abakhubazekile, ikakhulukazi ngodaba lokuqala ukufinyeleleka noma ukutholakala kwale bill. Njoba siyibona njengamanje ngiyiphethe lapha phambi kwami, ibhalwe ngamagama amancane kakhulu abathi font, ngakho ke lokho kunikeza inkinga, kanti futhi angiboni ihlinzekelwe nalabo abangaboni emehlweni ngoba angazi noma ibill yatholakala yini ngebraille, okuyindlela yokubhala esiza labo abasuke bengaboni emehlweni. Kanti futhi imizi yakhiwayo ayibabhekeleli abasuke behamba noma abasebenzisa izihlalo, ngokuthi le mizi yakhiwa ibe usize ofanayo noma ilingane yonke uthola ukuthi ke bona abantu bona basuke bengakwazi ukuthi bahlale ngokunethezeka noma ngokukhuleka kulezi zindawo. Kanti futhi lemizi ayibheke lezi ndlu azibhekeleli nalabo abasuke bakheke baba bancane ngokwesiqu. Ngakho ke bengifisa ukuthi umthetho sivivinyo uqale ke ubhekelele bonke abantu abaneyinhlobo ezihlukahlukene zokukhubazeka. Futhi nalapha izindlu zakhiwa khona ukuthola ukuthi indawo ezingafanele labo abantu abasuke bephila abakhubazekile ngoba ukuthola ukuthi yakhiwe endaweni mhlambe eyintaba noma ewumqansi uthola ukuthi kuba nzima ke ukuthi bakwazi bafinyelele kuzo. Kanti ke kwezonkontileka sizwe kukhulunywa ukuthi kufanele kuthuthukiswe noma kunikwe amathuba besifazane kodwa sivamisile ukuzwa kubalwa nabakhubazekile kulokho. Ngakho besifisa ukuthi nathi sinikezwe amathuba alinganayo ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi sibe neqhaza selibambayo kule mboni. Ngiyabonga.
Number 2.
Ngibingelela ikomiti laseParliament sithi all protocol observed. Igama lami nguSifiso uSirilo wakadlamini oyiward committee member yaka ward 11. Mhlambe ngizokusho ngasekugcineni lo ukuthi siyawuseka yini umthetho sivivinyo lo esibhekene nawo namhlanje. Mhlambe nje engingakureza njengosifiso ukuthi siubonile umthetho sivivinyo. Kodwa okungiphatha kabi kabuhlungu ukuthi umthetho sivivinyo uthi uzoqala ukukhava izindlu lezi ezizokwakhiwa ngaphambi kokuba sekuphase le bill. Lokho kuzosihlukumeza kakhulu ke thina njengomphakathi waka ward 11 because sesinazo izindlu vele zakhiwe esesivuza ezinye sezifile. Uma ngabe lo mthetho uthi ngeke uzuzikhave lezi zindlu kule warranty lokho kusho ukuthi thina ngeke sizozibenefit kulomthetho sivivinyo. Siyocela ukuthi ikomiti likubheke lokho. Uphinde ukhulume ngokuthi izindlu ezizokhava la iwarranty kuzoba eminyaka emithathu neminyaka emibili kuphahla. Asazi ukuthi ekusetshenziswe yipi logic ukuthi kuhlukanyiswe uphahla nestructure sendlu ngoba indlu iyodwa. Uma ngabe ubheka ibond iba iminyaka eyi12. Mina bengiphakamisa ukuthi iwarranty ezokhava izindlu ayikhave izindlu iminyaka eyi12 ngoba abakhe abasakhela izindlu lapha emakhaya ithi indlu siyakhiwe kungapheli ngisho iminyaka emihlanu isiyaqala isiyacracker isiyaqala isiyavuza isiyaqala ifoundation iyavela. Umakhi lapho kade ehambile wakhokhelwa usekude ngeke sisakwazi ukumthola. Uphinde uthi umthetho sivivinyo thina njengabahlali kuyomela ukuthi abakhi laba sibacheck ukuthi babhalisiwe yini kwikhansela. Kuyinto enhle kakhulu leyo. Besizocela ukuthi uma ngabe usuphasiswa umthetho kuphinde kuqeqeshwe phela abantu abahlala emakhaya ukuthi yini ekumele bayibheke kulabakhi laba. Because ngeke sithina sikwazi ukuthi uma ngabe umuntu esiproducela into sizoyithatha njengoba injalo ngoba siqeqeshekiwe ukuthi umuntu ozosakhela izindlu kumele aphathe ini nani. Siphinde kuthiwa lana abakhi kuzomela ukuthi simonithe ukuthi baregistiwe yini. Ngicabanga ukuthi lokhu kuzoba ne-challenge encane ngoba abantu abaziyo ukuthi bazohlomula ngezindlu bazi ngasekugcineni uhlelo lwezindlu selakhiwe. Manje ngalesikhathi kusaqhubeka ukwakha kwezindlu ngesikwazi ukuthi sibamonithe abantu abakhayo. Ebengakuphakamisa ke mina yiloku ukuthi abantu abazohlomula ezindlini baziwe before iproject isaqhubeka. Baziwe mase bakha into esingathi i-beneficiaries forum la khona bezokwazi ukuhambela becheck ukuthi izindlu zabo zakhiwa ngematerial equality yini, zakhiwa ngendlela okuyiyona yini. Okugcina nje abakhi laba abasakhela izindlu esizihlomula kuhulumeni siyajabula kakhulu. Kodwa sike sibone ukuthi bahamba nezinkulu izizumbulu. Sina sisale lapha endaweni umuntu akasashini noma nje axhase noma icrash noma isikole nje ngelibrary. Besicela ukuthi kuvele nala kulomthetho ukuthi umuntu osehlomule mhlambe ngethenda lokwakha izindlu aphinde abe obligated ukuthi akwazi ukuthi ashiye okuncane emphakathini lo akade usebenzela. Okugcina nje sesizivala yilokho ukuthi uma ngabe abantu sebezakhile izindlu akube khona indlela yokubajezisa Uyabona nje umuntu mangabe sakhile izindlu lapha eSinathingi, indlu uma ngabe isiqala isivuza isikreka, uhulumeni esemkhokhelile sehambile, akakwazi ukuthi ajeziswe kule mali ayikhokheliwe. Ngoba phela thina usuke sekhokheliwe bese eyashaya yachitha. Besicela nje ukuthi kuthathwe u10% kule mali ayizuzile kuhulumeni, khona kuzokhava yonke uma ngabe kukhona izindlu ezifuthi, kukwazi ukukhava ngaleyo 10%. Ngiyabonga sihlalo.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Fiso Cyril Dlamini from Ward 11.
Uma ngabe singafaka lokho sihlalo, I will support the bill.
My name is Fiso Cyril Dlamini. I'm not going to say for now, even though but I'm not going to say for now if I support or do not support the bill. But I'm saddened by the fact that the bill looks at houses that are built after the bill, after the act has been passed, and not considering the houses that were built before then, of which those houses are in a very bad state, and I think the bill needs to cover those as well. And then also on the issue of the warranty covers 2 to 3 years on the roofing, whereas the bond is paid over 12 years, and I suggest that or propose that the warranty should cover the whole duration of the bond, which is 12 years. And also, deformities in houses that are built start early. So if the warranty is only covering this little, then it means that these houses will not be covered. The bill also says that we must be able to check the registration of the home builders. And I think as people who come from rural areas, we need to be trained in terms of what to look for when we look at the documentation, because we cannot know ordinarily as to what is the correct kind of registration or not. And also we can't monitor the builders whilst they are building, but we can only see the effects after the house has been built. Therefore, I propose that we know about the builders before the commencement of the building project, and then maybe form some sort of a structure, even what we can call a beneficiaries forum, which will then check the process and the quality levels in terms of the building of the house. And then also, contractors get huge amounts of money in terms of the projects that they get from government as tenders to build houses, and leave nothing for the communities that they build for. I mean, if they can get so much of money, what will stop them from even building, say, for example, a creche for the community? I therefore propose that there should be some form of social responsibility that is also enforced or proposed in terms of the contractors that get these building projects. Lastly, on the issues of penalties for shoddy work, I propose that there should be a 10% payment by the contractor for shoddy work as a penalty. Thank you. And as he said, if this can be considered, he will then support the bill.
Thank you. I think some of the issues can be registered there, Baba. Even the Baba was from disability group. You can, there is a team there where you can register those issues properly there. It's number 3. Sabelo, somebody must come here and somebody must come and register the issues that were raised by Ubaba here. Baba cannot move to you there.
Siyabonga kakhulu sibingelele uhlalo namalunga ekomiti somlomo meya esihambile nomphakathi wonke khona. Igama ngingukhansela uDumsani Phungula waka Ward 23 okhava indawo zase Ashdown, Peaceville, Gomora nakoMeseni. Lokho okunye ngikuraise la ngikuraise ke ngokuhola umphakathi. Sihlalo sine project eyayikhona la ama RDP houses ayakhiwe nge-wire wall technology. I-wire wall technology ke kwakwama RDP houses ayakhiwe ngowire, ayakhiwe ithina njengohulumeni. Khona ngezukhohla nami ngicela ukuqala ngako ukuthi siyayisupport ibill. But sinako esifisa ukuthi mhlambe sicaciseleke ngako like lokho engiqala ngako kwe-wire wall technology eyayisetshenziswa ukwakha lezi ndlu zama-RDP houses esinazo la. But umuntu akakuveza ukuthi siyazi ukuthi uhulumeni uyazilungisa kuyimanje as we speak even though zingakapheli. Okuyinto enhle le esiyibongayo from uhulumeni ukuthi azirectify lezi ndlu because i-challenge esinazo esinayo manje kuzona lezi ndlu ukuthi as sonke si-understanda ziyachoka. Uyabona uma uhlanganisa ugesi nowaya uyak-understand ukuthi iyachoka leyo ndlu. Number 2, zichoka nje ziyalikha ezinye zazo zikrekile. Sezilungisiwe ke ezinye kwamanye ama-townships but kwamanye ama-townships azikakalungiswa. Ngikubuza lokhu ke hlalo ngoba nginovalo lokuthi mhlambe if izindlu ezinama-structural defects esezikhona manje as we speak zingezuba ipart yokukhavwa ile bill hleze lezi ezingakalungiswa manje zisale ngaphandle. Ingakho ke thina sifuna uku-understand ukuthi asizulahlekelwa yini opportunity yokuthi sicele ukuthi le program le yokurectify kwalama wire wall houses iqhubeke. Uma ingezuqhubeka ibill kodwa le phasiswayo mayizophasiswa le bill ibakhave labantu abanalama houses analama structural defects ayekhona. Hence ngiyiconcern ke hlalo uma le bill ingezu applywa retrospectively, izo applywa only kuma new houses. Ngoba lento isho ukuthi ama houses esinawo manje anama structural defects asizuwa attenda mhlambe. Ingakho sicela ukuthi ngicela mina ukuthi mhlambe kungakuhle livulwe iwindi lokuthi lezi sesizakhile ezinama structural defects izindlu ziconsidered kule bill zibe yiphathi yale bill so that mhlambe like as an example futhi ehlala kunama houses la o four-roomed houses abakhiwe ngu-asbestos and thina siyazi ukuthi u-asbestos was outlawed way back eminyakeni edlule but we still have houses like this ezakhiwe nge-asbestos la i-roofing yakhona. So if le mthetho sivivinywa ungezuzibheka lezi ndlu ezihlala kuzona ezakhiwe ngo-asbestos as well ukuthi what do we do to those people? Mhlambe singazithola siba ne-act engezukwazi uku-attenda lama challenges esinawo ngokwezindlu esinazo manje. Yinsi si propose ukuthi mhlambe there must be a retrospective application of the act to deal with these structural defects engizirayizayo la. Sengigcina ke hlala ngiyafisa nje lezi ndlu ezinama structural defects engikhuluma ngazo ngoba senikhona niqhamuka kude kangaka. Mhlambe nike nivakashele nomeyodwa nje nihlele nangu somlomo khona nomeya ubekhona la nisiphe nje ngelinye ilanga hayi namhlanje esikhathini esiright nizibone so that nizokwazi ukusi-assista ngazo ngoba sikhuluma sisana nesithunzi sabantu abahlala kuzona lezi zindlu. Kukhona ezinye zezakhiwe zo-2 room kuhlala omunye ifamily ngapha kuhlala enye ifamily ngapha. Uma sikhulumisana ne-dignity yabantu esibaholayo bahlukaniswe ngefence, ifence ihlukaniswe 2 room, i-room eyodwa ingala eyenye ifamily, iloku zenye eyangale eyenye ifamily. And I think masikhulumisana nge-dignity yabantu ukubahlalisa abantu, these are some of the things ekufuna ukuthi imithetho masishaya sishaya ikhulumisane naloko ingabi imithetho ehamba eceleni kwenkinga esinazo. Ngiyabonga sihlala.
Siyabonga baba. Can you register those houses there, Councillor?
Greetings to the chair, greetings to the speaker. and the councillor and the mayor in absentia. My name is Councillor Tumsan Pungula from Ward 23. Firstly, let me start by saying we support the bill. If we could get clarity on the issues that I'm going to raise, speaking on behalf of areas like Ashdown, Peace Valley, Gomorrah, etc. We have a project, an RDP project, where houses were built with wire walls, which was the wire wall technology, which was quite a while back. And these houses currently are under repair. And the challenge that we have with these houses is that they electrocute people because of the electricity wiring that also tends to give current to the wires in the wall. They also leak and have cracks, even though some have been fixed in other townships, but others have not been fixed to this day. If then houses with structural defects before the bill are not covered, then we will be disadvantaged because we wish for the bill to also include houses that were built before then. So if the bill can then be applied retrospectively, we'll be quite happy with that. If maybe a window can be also open for these houses to be included. And I'm talking about also houses that were four-roomed houses that were built with asbestos roofing, which was outlawed a long time ago. And we feel these houses also fall under this category that I'm talking about. And then lastly, I wish for the committee to maybe perform a site visit just to see these two-room houses which were part of the housing project to house people. And if we're talking about giving people dignity, their dignity back in terms of housing, then we need to look at these houses and see how this is not really in line with that. And I think that should not be accepted. And as I said, we support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have joined by the Speaker of Ungugundlovu District Municipality, Ms. Nonhlanhla Kabela. You're welcome, ma'am.
Umasipala wasemgungundlovu uNonhlanhla Kamete siyamamukela.
Kabela.
Kabela ngiyaxolisa kakhulu.
Umuntu akabingelele usihlalo omhlangano, abingelele uSpeaker, abingelele wonke amalungu omphakathi amenyiwe la, amakhansela nomeya ngasekho, all protocol reserved. Igama lami mina nguNhlanhla ngokaMthembu, ngibuya ka Ward 9 eMafakatini kuMsunduze municipal. Gizoba short nje kakhulu mina kokwami engifisa nje ukuraise. Before ngikuraise ngithi ngiyayisupporta kakhulu ibill ekhona. Umuntu abonge nje ukuthi uhulumeni asikhumbule ukuthi athathe responsibility ukuthi eze azosichazela ngale bill. Kodwa izikhulumo ezingaphambili kwami ezinye sezikuthintile ekade ngizokuthinta angisezodlula kona. But ngibuka ukuthi ke siyashoda kakhulu ngento ekhulumisana needucation yale bill ukuze umuntu ezoyi-understand. Okunye nje bengifisa ukufaka kakhulu input kona, ngifuna ukukhuluma ngalento ukuthi thina le bill khona la engasichazeli khona kahle hle, ngoba uma ngabe ngingasho nje ngithi khona indawo zasemakhaya nendawo ezisemadolobheni. Kakhulukazi ngifuna ukuzuma ini kulento kakhulukazi thina esisebenza ngento zama-PTO ukuthi ake silekeleleke kakhulu kulento le ekhuluma ngebill, ngoba ekwakhweni kwezindlu zama-RDP ezakhiwe emakhaya kunama-challenges amaningi. Ama-challenges engawasho ukuthi mhlambe siphinde kube clear ukuthi indlu mangabe iphelele kufanele ibe njani, ngoba baye bawufaka usinki. Kodwa sinama-challenges athi iy'ngqalazizinda kakhulukazi ezithinta amanzi nezithinta ugesi. Iye ithi indlu yakhiwa uthole ukuthi konke lokho akukho bese kusala ku-outstanding. Iloko kwesifisayo ukuthi ke ibhili ikubuke iphinde ikubheke ukuvikela abanikazi bezindlu. Bese siphinde futhi kube khona into engiyifisayo la ukuthi ake nisilekelele kuyona, ngoba siyawabona ama-RDP houses ayakhiwa, kodwa mhlambe mangingasho ngegaba ukuthi akukho clear kahle hle ukuthi uhulumeni ubalekelela kanjani labantu abanye engathi mhlambe mangabe stand to be corrected mangisho ngekona abaku middle class, ukuthi bona ngoba phela wonke umuntu unelungelo lokuthi abe nendlu ukuthi yiphi into eclear enayo ngalo bill le ukuthi laba abanye abanga afford naba affordayo kodwa abayi working class ukuthi nithini ngabo entweni yale bill ukubalekelela. Bekuyiloko kade ngithi ngifisa ukufaka input kona ngoba ngiyacabanga ukuthi sengishilo into ye education ukuthi siyafisa kakhulu ukufundiseka bese kuphinda kuba into yokuthi ake kukhaveke lento yokuthi mase osonkontileka bezakhile izindlu kwenzeke phela ifollow up yokuthi angakanani ama skills development abawashile la kade besebenza khona ngoba kugcine kungenzekanga kahle follow up kodwa ibe isho kanjalo umsebenzi wabo ukuthi ne uma ngabe sebeqedile kuyofanele ukuthi bashiye endaweni into yokuthuthukisa ikakhulukazi abantu abasha since ukuthi siyazi abantu abasha abaningi futhi are unemployed. So ke ngicela ukuthi ne input yami ngiyibeke lapho nje. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you, Baba.
Greetings, Chair, Speaker, councillors present, and the Mayor in absentia. Let me rather say all protocols observed. I am Tlantam Tembu from Ward 7 in Msunduzi Municipality. I'll be very brief, but I'll raise a few of my concerns. However, I do support this bill, and let me convey my gratitude to government for this public consultation initiative. But my issue is with the lack of prior education that we get on this proposed bill. That doesn't cover much, that leaves so much to be desired. And the lack that we get with particular clarity on rural areas. Some of our people are in rural areas under traditional leadership. Those people don't have title deeds, they only have PTOs. So does the bill also clear out a way how to go about for such people like that? And the bill does not seem to be clear to me on what does it mean when it's referring to a complete house, because some of these houses in rural areas, yes, it's a complete structure, but it still has no water, it still has no electricity. You would find the sink in there, but no water. So does the bill speak to that? Also, you find that people, the beneficiaries of those houses are left exposed when houses are handed over without the proper utilities. And is there any support? Another issue that I want to raise is there any support for the middle class, those people who are working, who are employed? Find that some of them, they can afford to get finance, housing finance or a bond, and some of them don't afford for some reason. Does the bill also gives any intervention in that regard? And also the issue of the contractors that have been appointed. We know that there is guidelines that there should be a skills transfer in the area that they are working on. So we just want to check, is there any follow-up that checks whether the skills are transferred to the local community, and how far does it go with the skills development, particularly to the unemployed youth, which are an overwhelming majority? Thank you.
Thank you. Number 5.
Ngibingelele kusihlalo wekomiti amalunga onke akhona endlini. Igama lami nguNhlanhla Ngubane, Ward Committee yase Ward 17 eMbali. Enama area amaningi okunentuthuko eningi yokwakhiwa kwezindlu. Ngicabanga ukuthi ukhansela uphungula okunye kwako esekushilo angeke ngoba nami ngikule ward ebine wire wall eningi kakhulu, kodwa ke i department cishe izamile ukuthi ilungise noma ke ingakapheleli iproject. Inkinga ziba khona zibaningi. Sengisebenze mhlamba more than 15 years entweni yezindlu njengomuntu okuportfolio. Ngiphinde ngibe nenhlanhla yokuthi ama project maye khona ngiphinde ngikhethwe njenge CLO yalawo ma project. But njengoba ngisho ukuthi ziningi izinto esebezishilo abanye abafuthi engeke ngisadlula kuzona. Inkinga esinayo kakhulu engicabanga ukuthi i-department ilandele inhle kakhulu kodwa kunezinto ebengicela mina ukuthi bazilandele ikakhulukazi kulabantu ama contractors laba ababanika umsebenzi ngoba isikhathi esiningi besebenza ngama subcontract bathole lawo ama subcontractor khona mhlawumbe basemphakathini okuyibona bazokwakha izindlu bekhalaza mhlawumbe ngokukhokheleka kugcine kunobuvila umsebenzi usungasenzeki kahle. Ngisacela ukuthi naloko ke umnyango wokulandela ukuthi labo abadluqobo lwabo bona bakhokheleka kanjani. Kuphinde kube nenkinga ezikhona njengo bakwakhiwa izindlu emalokishini. Ugcina uthola ukuthi sekukhona abangasenayo access yokungena. Kusho ukuthi indlela estructurishwe ngayo indawo okuzokwakhiwa kuzona izindlu. Gcine sekunabantu abavalelekayo abangakwazi ukungena sebevalelwe ezinye izindlu ngama-pack awenziwe umasipala. Ngisacela ukuthi leyo nto impela engazuthi singave siyilandele ngoba iya affecta kakhulu endaweni. Isikhathi kwakhiwa indlu uthola ukuthi kunendle esivalela abanye ayikho enye indlela abazongena ngayo emakhaya sebevalelekile nje. Kusho nje mawunemoto yakho uyoyishiya ethawini noma uyibeke komakhelwane noma uyibeke emgaqweni iqekezwe. So ezinye zezinto ke eziyinkinga engicabanga ukuthi sinazo iloko nje. Ngiyabonga ngoba abafowethu abaningi sebekushilo kunye ngeke ngisaphinde into yodwa.
Greetings to the members of the community present today. My name is Nhlanhla Ngubane from Ward 17 in Mbali. Some of my concerns have been covered by the. There is a lot of development in my area, and I've been lucky. I've been part of those numerous projects. But what Councillor Pungula alluded to, or do acknowledge, department is doing some work. However, the problem is still remaining. CLO on a number of these projects. I support this bill. The bill is beautiful, but I got a few issues that I would request for consideration. Number one, it will be the subcontractors, because the main contractors, they normally work with subcontractors. So those subcontractors they tend to complain with the payment. So we request government intervention to regulate and monitor the rates that main contractors apply. Satisfied with the rates and payments and the payment terms and all that, that leads to a low quality of production. Therefore, also suggest that some of these developments, picked up that some of these developments, these RDP developments, they don't have access. Municipality would create a new access to find that access is blocking this access for the other families staying in the same area. So much so that one who owns a car would have to park the car in the house next door or leave the car in town to get to his own house because of the nature of how these access were created. Thank you.
Angibingelele iParliament lonke, ngibingelele nama umphakathi wonke khona. Igama lami nguZindle ngwaKaNdlovu. Ngiqhamuka kaWard 3 ngaphansi komasipala wasa Richmond. Umthetho sivivinyo ngiyawuseka kakhulu kodwa kwami ngizophuma nje kancane eceleni. Endaweni engihlala kuyona yase Hopewell. Ubaba wami wafika ngo1953 uma ngizwa beshe ekhaya but mina ngwama 80s. Into enginothisile kulomphakathi sengize ngaguga kwayimina ayikho into semphakathini umnotho nje engathi khona nentuthuko akukho lutho. Sengize kwayimina ngaguga ake ngisho njalo ngithi ngigugile namhlanje ngoba nginamashumi amanti engengikwazi kwachaza. But ngisacela ukwazi ukuthi ke njengomphakathi wase Hopewell thina ngiyazi iParliament alazi lutho ngathi kodwa amakhansela ethu akhona. Thina eHopewell mhlambe kunalento ethi ngisho umxhaso lo asinawo. Indlu yomxhaso nje asiyazi. I-toilet thina esinalo besilikhokhela u200 umfana mezolaka. Angazi noma vele kuyinto esemthethweni yini. Manje sihleli nabantu njengoba ngiyilunga leWard Committee abantu bawelwe izindlu alukho uxhaso esulitholayo. Into efikile mhlambe izindlu ezizoxhasa laba balele eminyango ngempela kade kuthiwa bayemahall. Mhlambe bawu10 abantu abaxhasiwe. Njenganamanje njoba ngiphumile nje ngifuna ukwazi mhlambe iParliament akukhona ebelingasixhasa ngako njengomphakathi waseHopewell ophansi kwamasipala wase Richmond osuhlupheke sidiscard kodwa awunamxhaso endlu iRDP houses thina sizwa ngephupho asiyazi asikaze sayibona itoilet mina kaNdlovu likhona ngoba ngalikhokhela u200 ukube ngangingenawo ngaba likho ukukhuluma nje iqiniso phansi kwendawo esakhe kuyona inengcindezi kakhulu uma ngabe sikuthulela thina lokhu nathi sesesaguga nengane zethu which means izohlala kule ngcindezi sihleli kuyona. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Mama hamba balisa lapha.
Greetings, Chair and the committee and everyone in the hall. Firstly, I would like to say that I support the bill, and my issue is going to be a little bit different. I'll start by saying that where I live, my father has been staying there since 1953, or so I'm told. But in the area, there is really nothing that shows that there is any form of development that has happened or is going to happen. We have no RDP at all. For example, if you want to have a toilet, you have to pay 200 rands to have a toilet built for you by those who build toilets. As I speak to you, there were houses that collapsed, but there's been no help to assist these families. I'm talking about families in excess of 10 who are in need of housing, but there is nothing really that is there to support them. And I think the Richmond community has suffered for a long time, and we do have leaders in our community, and as I said, I'm a member of the ward committee, but there's really nothing that is happening in our area. That is why I took the initiative to come here and speak on behalf of my community, because if I don't, then that means that even our kids will continue to suffer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we then note other hands that want to speak on the bill?
Sibonge kakhulu, ngizocela ke ezinye izandla futhi zalabo abafisa ukukhuluma
1,
mayelana nomthethosivivinyo.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 with the lady of the brown dress. Those that have not pointed, please don't go to the. We're still going to take another round. How many? Okay, I can see there are a lot of hands that are coming up. We'll request that at least let's do it 3 minutes so that everybody in the house will be able to get chance to speak.
Ngiyabona ke ngathi ziningi impela izandla eziphakamile ngakho bengizocela ukuthi sikhulume nje imizuzu engeqile kwemithathu ukuze wonke umuntu athole ithuba lokuthi akhulume.
Yes, the translation we can just note and summarize as we did yesterday. Okay. Ma.
Ngizobingelela ikomiti lonke abaholi abakhona umphakathi wonke ongaphakathi usizakelwa kaShange eRichmond ka-Ward 2 imember ye-Ward Committee. Ngiyavumelana nomthetho sivivinyo. Kodwa-ke zikhona izinto engathi zisasilele kancane. Ibuka sezingcono izindlu ezakhiwa manje. As from ngisuka eRichmond endaleni sinosiyathuthuthuka phase 1 oyila amabhokisi kamentshisi ongakhekanga kahle okungiphatha kabi ke makuukuthi umthetho uzosebenza ukusuka manje kanti sinalezi yazindlu ebesifisa ukuthi silungiselwe zona ngoba azakhekanga ngendlela bese siba nosiyathuthuthuka phase 2 esiubona wona ungcono kakhulu kunalezi zokuqala inkinga ke sinayo ile ukuthi siwumphakathi omkhulu usakheke engcenyeni eyodwa kuphela ebesikufisa ebengicela mina mhlambe kubenza ngayo uma kuthiwa ama-application ayenziwe kuthatha isikhathi eside kakhulu ku-applywe from 2008 izindlu zezaqala 2017 most yama-beneficiary avela seshonile kuphinde kube nenkinga yokuthi uma ngabe umuntu ese-approviwe eshonile it's another process kubantu abasele ekhaya ukuthi bakwazi ukuhlomula endlini cabanga-ke makushona umama nobaba sekusele abantwana kunama-document asuke sedingeka amanye ekhaya singakhoni ukwathola okungagcina kwenzeka futhi ukuthi labo bantwana basele bayiluze leyo yindlu mhlambe indlela yoku-aplya besicela mhlambe inayo ihlengahlengiswe isivumele sabantu abamnyama ukuthi asifani nalezi ezinye izizwe esikwaziyo ukuthola zonke izinto ngesikhathi kuphinde kube phakathi komnyango nemkhandlu ngenhlanhla-ke ngiyiphathi yale project eyenziwayo side isikhathi sokusayinwa kwama-contract okwenza size sifisa ukuthi sigijime esigcwala imigwaqo uma ukhansela ezositshela ngoJune last year ukuthi ulinde ukusayinelwa aphinde azositshela ngoJune this year ukuthi akakasayinelwa kukhona lapho uxega khona okusho ukuthi akusebenzi ngempela kube yishame kodwa-ke engifisa ukukubonga mhlampe okufanele ngempela kuqhubeke kwenzeka okuhle mina engikubonayo kuloko kwenzakalayo o-inspector benu sisabona besasebenza ngendlela kweyethu iproject bese kuba ukuthi-ke naleyo ukuthi ebeniyayenze kuqala yokuthi nivele nifuqe umuntu ngo-5,000 akhi 1,000 angaqedi lezi zikhawane ezibanika bona o-main contract o-implementing agent engathi ziyalekelela ngoba umuntu umsebenzi wakhe uwenza azi ukuthi vele mayene 1,000 akulona lakhe lonke 1,000 uzolithola ngokuthi esebenze kahle kodwa-ke isicelo esinaso mhlampe mangabe izindlu nazo i-application yazo ingahamba njengeyakasasa sesingasho sithi uhulumeni wethu usebenza ngokuyikona.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Zagele Shange. I'm from Richmond, Ward 2, and I'm a member of the Ward Committee. I support the bill. However, there are a few outstanding matters that I would like to raise. First one, we have Siatutuga project phase 1, where the houses that were built were even smaller. I can actually call them matchbox houses because of their small size. And we would like for these houses, or for these kinds of houses to cease to be built in terms of these projects. And then phase 2, the houses that were built under phase 2 were much better, and we are thankful for that. As we are a very big community in my area, I feel that there hasn't been enough done to cover the majority of our community. And secondly, it's the issue of the application process. I mean, if you apply, if we had applied for housing in 2008, you find that you only got the houses being built in 2017. And some of the beneficiaries for those houses, you'll find that they had passed away, and the dependents then tend to be disadvantaged because you'll find that in our communities, unlike other races, we don't get these necessary documents that are required for the beneficiaries to be able to also benefit from this allocation. I feel that maybe as a proposal, there should be a review of the application process so that it can cover these particular issues. Also on the issue of the department and the municipality in terms of working together to bring about the signing of the contracts speedily. I believe this takes too long. For example, you'll find that you ask the councillor if there has been any progress, and the councillor will come back even after 2 years saying that there's been no signing of the project approval, which then leads to protests from the people in the community because there is the slow pace of delivery. And then also I would like to point out some good as well, because in terms of the inspectors, they work well in our area. We haven't seen anything that is untoward in terms of their work. And then also in terms of the contractors, I think this system that is existing where the contractors share their work with others who are smaller in terms of the houses that are built also tends to assist the community because everybody gets to benefit from the projects. I would like to stop there. Thank you very much.
Nekomiti lonke ngibingelela umphakathi wonke ongaphakathi. Igama lami nguSibusiso Kunene, ngiqhamuka ngaphansi kaMasipala uMngeni. Ngiyilunga le-ward committee. Mhlambe okokuqala nje engizocela ukuthi ngikubeke la. Sinendawo laphana eMngeni ekukudala ya approve yafakwa ingqalasizinda yafakwa amapayipi yafakwa yonke into, but uthola ukuthi sekuneminyaka akukaze kwakhiwe kuyona, but ekuhlaleni abantu bezidinga izindlu asicaciseleki kahle ukuthi kwenzakalani ukuze kungakhiwa. Sekunesikhathi eside nje ingqalasizinda yonke ikhona ifakiwe phansi amapayipi, but kodwa akukaze kwakhiwa izindlu. Ngiphinde futhi la ngibe nokucela ukuthi uma kuzokwakhiwa izindlu engathi mhlambe ngeke kuqale kube khona ama-inspectors engicabanga ukuthi into eyenzakalayo lapha ka ward 11 la ngiqhamuka khona, mhlambe nakwamanye amawadi ngaphansi koMngeni uMasipala, uthola ukuthi njengoba kade seke washo omunye umfowethu ukuthi uthola ukuthi umakhelwane mhlambe ushonelwe akanayo nane-access yokuthi kungene ihesi because indlela ekwakhiwe ngayo ayikho indlela yokwazi ukuthi kungangena imoto, ayikho indlela yokwazi ukuthi imoto ingafaka umzimba ngaphakathi ekhaya, which is leyo nto ilimaza isithunzi somhlaba wase-South Africa. Uthola ukuthi ezinye zezindlu zinama-cracks, uthola ukuthi umakhi usakha wahamba waqedwa thinya. Ungangokuba-ke ngithi kule bhili le ekhona angazi noma kungenzeka yini ukuthi umakhe athi mayisakhile bese kube khona kushiyayo njengoba kade sebeke basho nabanye abafowethu okubhekelela izinto ezinjalo ukuthi-ke uma sekuvela iy'nkinga sikwazi ukuthi kukwazi ukuthi kulungiseke. Mhlambe-ke nje nokunye okwenzakalayo ukuthi siba nenkinga, uthola ukuthi sekwakhiwe izindlu but kodwa kuyashoda indaba yamanzi ukuthi mhlambe mase kwakhiwa ayikwazi ukuthi indlu mhlambe ihambe noJoJo tank ezothi mayiqedwe indlu ibe noJoJo tank ukuze ukuthi masificwa isimo samanzi sokuthi amanzi awekho, but at least sazi ukuthi ukhona uJoJo tank ozokwazi ukuthi usupplye ngamanzi endaweni. Mhlambe-ke uma kungenzeka lokho singacishe ngisho ngithi ngiyayisupporta ibhili. Ngiyabonga.
Greetings to the chair, the entire committee, and the community present today. My name is Sibusiso Nene. I'm from Umngeni municipality. I'm a ward committee member there. First and foremost is that I would support the bill, but we got to, like in the area where I come from, we got a whole lot of we've got a place in Umngeni where an infrastructure was actually put on the place long time, but no development of, or no housing development. Secondly, I would request that before any housing development, that the inspectors should be deployed there. I believe that happens as covered by the previous speaker. Some of these housing developments have got no access roads. You may find that there could be a death in the family, not even a hearse could access that house because of the access roads or lack of them, for that matter. And then the issue of when the buildings or the houses have been built, they develop cracks or after some time, and I believe there should be some safeguarding of some sort with some emergencies or some warranties that would help fund the renovations when the houses actually begin to crack or fall apart. Thank you. Excuse me, point of correction, the name is Bosiso Kunene, not Nene, sorry.
Thank you very much. Good day. I want to thank the committee that has come down. I also want to pay respect to my speaker from Msunduzi Municipality and the mayor in his absentia. And also I want to thank, I think, our communities that are here today to speak their heart out. Mine is going to be very simple, but I do feel very sad when I've been listening to the other speakers as to what they have or what they don't have and what has happened to their houses. I'm not going to get involved in the nitty-gritty because we will deal with that, I'm sure, Madam Speaker, on a municipal level. So I'm not here to criticize. I don't think that is the purpose of this, this forum. The questions that I just want to ask, Msunduzi Municipality has done a lot of housing projects in the past, and they're going to be doing more in the future. This program that you want to rule out, this bill, is it going to talk to going forward, or is it also going to be talking to the past problems with homes that we built? Is it going to be only municipal homes, or is it also going to talk to privately built homes? The other problem that I just want to highlight and bring up is that we do have a lot of informal settlements, and in our informal settlements, we have our people that are building now more formalized structures. Will they be included in this program going forward? When you do pass the bill, how is this program going to be run? Who, where, and how will people come forward to? Who's going to be doing the inspections for the defects or whatever is going to be needed in order for them to apply towards this program? And I will appeal to Madam Speaker as well. She's always, I don't think if you're all aware, but Madam Speaker here was the General Manager for Human Settlements, and she was amazing as our chairperson. And I know she's going to do what is right on the Msunduzi level going forward. So it's just those questions. Like I said, we will deal, I think, on a municipal level for councillors. Thank you.
Ngibonge kakhulu ngethuba. Igama lami nguLuxen Ahmed. Ngibingelele ikomiti lonke futhi ngibonge ukuthi lifike lizokhulumisana nathi njengomphakathi waseMsunduzi. Ngiphinde futhi ke ngibingelele ngokukhethekile uSomlomo, ngiyabona nangukhona naye phakathi kwethu. Okwami ke kuzoba nje lula kuzocaca kakhulu. Ngiphatheka kabi ke osekushiwo izikhulumi ke sezafika esesikhulumile phambilini ngezinto ababhekana nazo, izindlu, indawo abahlala kuzo njalo njalo. Lokhu ngiphatha kabi kakhulu, kodwa ke mina angizukugxila kakhulu kuloko. Nemibuzo nje ngizofisa ukuthi ngiyibuze. Oqala yilo thinta ke udaba lweyinkinga ezidlule ezibe khona ngezindlu, ukuthi ngabe nazo lezi zindaba zizothintwa yini yilo mthetho sivivinyo. Nanokuthi ke indaba yezindlu ezakhiwa umasipala uma ziqhathaniswa nalezi ezomazakhele abathi ama-private homes ukuthi ngabe lapho kuzomiswa kanjani ngokomthetho sivivinywa. Kanti ke endaweni esihlala kuyona kunezindlu noma kunezakhiwo ezakhiwe eindaweni lapho esibizwa lokhu kubizwa ngama-informal settlements noma ezakhiweni lapho uthola ukuthi abantu abahlala khona sebezakhela ke izindlu ezisesimweni esifanele. Ingabo lezo zindlu nazo zizobhekeleleka yini ngokuphansi komthetho sivivinywa. Nanokuthi ke okunye ukuthi ngabe uba nozokwenza ini kanjani ngalokho kulandelayo. Ukuhlolwa kokwakhiwa kwezindlu, uhlelo lokufaka izicelo zokunikezwa izindlu. Ingabe lezi zinto lezi zizokwenza kanjani futhi zizobhekelela kanjani zenzeka ngendlela efanele. Sengiphetha nje bese ngiphinde futhi ngibalule beningazi mhlawumbe ukuthi usomlomo ke waye umphathi omkhulu eminyangweni wezokwakhiwa kwezindlu futhi wenza umsebenzi oncomekayo kakhulu futhi ngiyathemba ukuthi njengoba ekhona nje la kumasipala into eziningi sokwathi silungise ke ezingeni lamasipala. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you very much. We have joined by the member of the committee, Dr. Kize, a resident of KZN and a resident of this municipality, I'm told so.
Ngicela ke ukuthi
Mkhize, can
ngethule ke
you
nelungu lethu
please-
lekomiti uDokotela Mkhize naye ongalapha khona eMgungundlovu nakona lo masipala umsunduzi. Ngicela sukuma sibingelele.
Nginibingelele ngaphakathi ngibingelele uhlalo ngibingelele uSpeaker ngibingelele nekomiti lonke ngaphakathi kanye nendlela ngaphakathi. Igama lami nguWilson Sithole ngisuka eMngeni kaWard 1. Ngilana ukuqala njena ngizocela ukubeka nje lokho ukuthi ngakade ngiapproviwe ngo2003 for izindlu zomxhaso kodwa indlu yami ngagcina ngayitholanga. Sengisho mhlawumbe lokho ngeke kungiphazamise mhlawumbe kwenye indawo mhlawumbe sengithi ngiya-apply nje indlu yami ngagcina ngayithola kodwa ngi-approviwe. And futhi akekho wabuya kumina wangichazela ukuthi mhlawumbe ngabe indlu yami ngabe ingalaphi. Mase kuba nomunye kolunga lomphakathi ongiphathisile othe ake ngumshekhele naye ngoba unenkinga indlu yakhe ika-12 kodwa akahlali kuyona khona omunye ohlala kuyona. Ngiphinde futhi ngibuye futhi la bengi-ex ward committee kuleminyaka odlule. Ngibhesi kakhulu informal settlement, so kunendawo la ekuthiwa i-Seychelles enendawo la ufuna ngayiyakhanda khona lapha eKhayelitsha kodwa namanje yonke into isikhona phansi amapipe kodwa abantu abahambile bohlala khona. Mase bekhona abasethokoza informal settlement and bahlala endaweni ebuhlungu lapha ngasemfuleni and izindlu ziyawa ukuthi mhlawumbe ngeke nibathola ukusizakala laba bantu ngoba kunabantu abadala abangasezukwazi ukupick up ogogo omkhulu abakhathazekile. So ngiyathi ngiyi-ward committee bengizama ukuthi ngiziphushe zonke izinto mayelana nokuthi besizakale. Sengisho ukuthi mhlawumbe mengasho iparliament mhlawumbe ngasho libabhekelele laba bantu laba ukuthi begcina besizakele. Ngiyabonga. Okunye futhi ngiyaxoxa okunye ke bengikhona ku-workshop so kunama-document amanye ngiwaphethe lana ngendlela abebesho ngayo ngiyocela mhlawumbe sekuphinde mhlawumbe ngiwasubmit phambili mhlawumbe kube umphaka wendlela. Ngiyabonga.
You can submit them there, Baba.
Greetings, Chair, Speaker, Committee, and the members of the community. I am Mr. Sithole from Umngeni. I was approved, I got a challenge that I was approved for a housing, for a house way back in 2003, but never received the house. I want to know whether, am I still on the list? Will I ever get it? And will that not actually affect my future applications if I'm still in that status? And one of my neighbors also asked me to lay out his case here, where he was approved for a house in another ward, in Ward 12, but there is somebody else residing in that house, not him. So we would like to know, would like to be helped how to go about to actually sort that one out. And another issue is the informal settlement nearby my area called Togoza, which is a bit hazardous because it's by the river, and there's elderly people, all sorts of people residing in that area. Will request our government to quickly intervene with that. I have some further documents that I would like to submit for your perusal and engagement, and I will submit them. Thank you so much.
Singayi mangibongele lithuba engilitholile nami ukuthi ngimela ngizokhulumela indawo yami engisuka kuyona. Igama ngumduduzi wakanoMaholo Sibongo, ngisuka kuWard 28 la eNkululeko informal settlement. Mina ngilalele yonke inkulumo yanamhlanje, kodwa ke isani nginenkinga. Angeke ngisupport ibill futhi ngingeke ngiphikisane nayo. Why? Because sisuke emikhukhwini lapha ya N2 siwelwe manje sihlala ehall. Ebengicela nje ukuze sibe familiar nebill leyezindlu uma singakhelwa nje izindlu, that's all.
Greetings to the committee and everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Mduduzi Nomarola from Ward 28 here at Nkululeko Informal Settlement. I cannot say I don't support or I support the bill. All I can say is that I just wish for us to have houses that are built for us. Then maybe we can see if we can support or not support the bill. Thank you.
Ngibingelele umkhandlu nabo bonke abakhona ngaphakathi la. Ngiwubonga uNkosikhanyile, ngihlala eHopewell kaWard 3 ku-Ward Committee wase elindelani khona lapha. Lapha eHopewell sinenkinga yokuthi indawo esikuyona ingaphansi komastende. Kade kulowa kukhulunywa kuthiwa abantu bazokwakhelwa imixhaso, lolo daba aliphumeleli. Besingacela ke nomkhandlu ukuthi nawo ungenelele ukuthi abantu bakhelwe ngoba indawo abahleli kuzona zimbi kakhulu. Ngomhla ka12 kume ilina izulu wangifonela ukhansela ukuthi angiyobheka lapha. Kunabantu asebewelwe yindlu kwalimala ngisho ingane ekhanda. Ngafika ke khona isimo sibi ngalendlela ngakuthi nomgwaqo awukho. Kuyadinga ukuthi laba bantu balekeleleke ngoba abanye bahleli komakhelwane, abanye baleli kuye emahholo ngoba umuntu akafuni ukuphuma kwakhe. Kunomama nje uphethwe isifo senhliziyo uhlele endlini emanzi, uthi manje uyacela naye ukuthi akakhelwe lendlu yesikhashana. Izindlu esezakhiwe nje ziwu8, kunabantu abawu11 abasele lapha elindelana abangakhelwe izindlu. Engangokuthi omunye uzewasho ukuthi uyakufisa ngisho ukufa. Siyacela ukuthi labantu abasheshiselwe ngoba umkhandlu waseRichmond umasipala omncane washo ukhansela ukuthi nakhona imali yakhona ibe encane. Sicela ukuthi ke niwulekelele lo mkhandlu ukuthi basizakale laba bantu. Ngithe mangihamba nje kuseni omunye washo wathi makukhulunywa ngezindlu akusheshiseke liphele leli sonto lezindlu zesikhashana sesifakelwe nathi ngoba sihlele eminyango. Ngiyacela kakhulu kunini ukuthi basizakale laba bantu ngiyabonga.
Greetings to Chair Committee and the community present. My name is Bonginkosi Kanyile from Ward 3 in Hopewell. I'm a Ward Committee member there. We have a problem in Hopewell where I come from. Our area is a private property. We have a landlord. Well, some of the houses got flooded with the latest floodings, and some people have been pushed into halls. Others have refused to move into those community halls, and others are with their neighbors. Others have refused not to go. They are staying in fallen, debilitated houses, and there is even a lady there who is sickly. She's got a heart condition. She stays in that house. So she rather wait for a temporal structure. So we need a quick solution in as far as the temporal structures are concerned in our area. Kindly expedite that process. We understand that our municipality in Richmond is a small municipality, but we are here to request that you assist our municipality with the provision of these temporal structures. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ngiyabingelela ku-chairperson nabahlonishwa bonke. Igama lami nguFikile wakambanjwa, ngiphuma ku-Ward 1 eSiphumelele Township eHowick West. Umbuzo wami uthi kunezindlu lezi ama-RDP houses esakhelwa zona more than 10 years ago, which we are very grateful for. Kodwa manje inkinga yakhona ziyakreka, omunye ubeseke wakusho-ke lokho, nokuthi ezinye zakhona zakhiwe ku-wetland, so kuye uthole sekuqhuma isiphethu phakathi endlini. So bengicela ukubuza ukuthi mhlawumbe kulolu hlelo esihlangene ngalo namhlanje siyabalwa yini thina mhlambe esesinazo vele izindlu ukuthi mhlambe siyangena yini ohlelweni lalabantu abasazokwakhelwa. Nanokuthi ke ngiyayisupporta ibill. Ngiyabonga.
Greetings, Chair and the committee and everyone in the hall. My name is Fikile Mbanjwa. I'm from Ward 1, Howick West, Umngeni. I just want to have a question pertaining to our houses that were built 10 years ago, of which we are very grateful for those houses. And as the previous speakers have said, that they're having certain issues with them. I just want to know if they are covered under this bill. Because some of the homes, you find that they have, amongst other problems with these homes, is that you'd have springs forming on the floors of these houses because they were built in a wetland. So I just want to know if these houses are also covered under this bill. And also I support the bill. Thank you.
Lesihlalo ngibingelele ikomiti, ngibingelele uMadam Speaker waseMsunduzi. Igama lami ngukhansela uSiphiwe Phungula la eMsunduzi ka Ward 20. Okokuqala nje ngithanda ukubonga ukuphakamisa ukubonga kakhulu to our government that izithembiso sisho uyazigcina. Uhulumeni wethu uthembisile ukuza kubantu njengamanje kubantu, akadisidela abantu but uze kubantu njengamanje ukuzozwa izimvo zabo ukuze akwazi ukuqhubeka nemithetho ekumele ibe khona. Okwesibili izolo kune program ebengikuyona ehlukile kunala la futhi bengibona khona uhulumeni ekubantu futhi. So I like to thank our government ukuthi izithembiso athembisa ngazo uyasondelana nazo. Ngukhansela kuphungula from 120 engithanda ukusho ukuthi uhulumeni wethu though izinto ezisebenza indawo esihlala kuyona thina kakhulu eItindeli ngifisa ugqugquzela mhlambe nje lento ethi singakhuluma ngezindlu but umhlaba ungekho then indla ayikho mancane amathuba ukuthi kube khona uhulumeni uthi akwazi ukuletha kahle izindlu but ngifisa ukuthi endaweni esihlala kuyona thina kakhulu eItindeli indawo private owned so siyafisa ukuthi uhulumeni ayispeed up this process ukuthi indawo zigcine zibuyele kuyena ukuze akwazi uhulumeni to deliver ngoba the more indawo ziyi-private owned abanye abantu bazobona kwezinye indawo i-delivery ikhona while endaweni esihlala kuyona bayibona ingekho kanti inkinga ukuthi indawo i-private owned so ngiyagqugquzela kakhulu lokuthi ngiyacela ukuthi kakhulu endaweni esikuyona siyakhele iTindeli uhulumeni i-process le ngoba ikhona iveli on kodwa ithi ku-speed up mhlawumbe ukuze kukwazi ukuthi abantu bakwazi ukubona ukuthi uhulumeni ukhona ngoba uhulumeni is waiting ukuthi azolekelela abantu but ngenxa yokuthi indawo ise-private owned siyacela ukuthi uhulumeni kuphusheke lento ukuthi indawo zigcine zingenile ngaphansi kwahulumeni so that sizokwazi ukuthi abantu babode uhulumeni is here to serve bona. Okwesibili ngifisa ukuthinta lento ethi in our ward kune-project ezindle khona certain portion nje ewadini kune-project ezindle khona ngifisa it's good but ngifisa uku-encourage lento ukuthi ngiyacela ukuthi abantu okuyibona abadila nokwakha izindlu inkampani ngaba ukuthi registered but aqinisekise ukuthi kwayena abaphathi benkampani they know ukuthi indlu yakhiwa kanjani njengamanje i-project ekhona endaweni yethu it's moving but slowly inama problems and we are bona even the owner of the company is not sure of umsebenzi but abantu abenza umsebenzi abane sure yaloko encourage lokho but ngiyambonga kakhulu uhulumeni wethu uyanakekela ngiyabonga kakhulu and I support the bill.
Greetings, Chair, committee, and members of the community, and the Speaker of Umsundizi Municipality. I am Councillor Pungula from Ward 20, right here in Umsundizi. First and foremost, I want to pass my gratitude to our government, that it's a government that keeps promises made to people. This is indeed Parliament to the people. Even yesterday, I was in another event where we see our government consulting with our communities. In Itindale, where I come from, it's a private property, and private property actually hampers and limits service delivery. It becomes a huge challenge, and it comes with limitations. So we request government to assist with land so that we may deliver to our people. Like in our ward, we do have a housing project, but we would like to request that our government, particularly human segments, ensures that the registered and the appointed contractor, government should ensure that the owner or the owners of the company know they have some engineering background, some construction background. They know the product and the process of building a house. Because in our area, the delivery is taking longer because you can see that the owner is not sure of the processes of building a house. So with the next appointment, because the government ensures that owners of construction companies, they have the expertise of running and executing construction of houses. Thank you.
For coming to address us on this issue of the human settlement section. I come from Ashburton, which is Ward 37. I'm Mandla Shandu, and I do support the bill. My presence here emanates from my being part of the SIACA incubation program, of which I found the intentions having a well-intended kind of a future, which I think if we don't praise such good efforts, it may die of natural cause. Natural death. So we want to ensure that their efforts are recognized. However, also what I found with the NHBRC, which is noted in your program here, in the bill, that it's like an anchor to the whole issue of construction of the low-cost houses. However, I think the entrance level to NHBRC is a bit steep for those who are not having no businesses at all or no income. So, and also the duration of NHBRC is too short. If it's only lasting for a year, it means every year you've got to fork out about 500 rand to service the membership of being a member of NHBRC. If they can extend that period instead of being 1 year to 2 years or 3 years, that will be highly appreciated. Because you do sit for an exam to qualify for NHBRC, and you can't continue sitting for exam every year should you not pay the required premium. And also, what I would like to emphasize with the incubation program of SIACA is that such good programs are sometimes looked upon unless some people come out of it and be shining and show that they have succeeded in the construction of houses without such faults that have been highlighted by some of my previous speakers here, who have highlighted the compromise in quality of work, which is the main point of the failure of contractors to do work. And also what I found in the amount of work available in the market only caters it takes a chunk of the money of the government, because houses are coming in the magnitude of about 1,000 units, 100 units, and we find that there are very many implementing agents and others in the business, like subcontractors, end up subcontracting to those implementing agents, and they get a raw end of the deal when they don't get paid on time and their businesses falter. So direct payment can be another solution to that kind of a challenge. I also happen to wear one hat from the place where I'm born, which is in Escort. Thereby, I'm still chairman of the CPA, which is a community, one of those structures set up to oversee the land. So CPA stands for Community Property Associations. However, when it comes to human settlement projects, the leadership of CPAs tend to be left out. I don't think I'll be able to attend the session when you do visit together. I'm just mentioning it now since I've been here. We found that there is an overlap of the executive leadership of the CPA with the councillors in that period. So that overlap tend to create a conflict between the two structures. So in such manner that you may find the project being negatively affected by that. So if it can be addressed, that recognition of the so-called executive or the CPA leadership can be in the same power as that of councillors in those particular areas. I'm sure the parliament here understand those CPAs, why they were created. It's when all those missions fell away when the ANC government took over, because the purpose of their existence as missionaries was no more an issue. So what we found is that while they are there for a good intention of keeping the title deeds, now that those communities are going to have title deeds as part of the plan program. However, you found that if they do get title deeds, where will they fall under? Will they go to be part of municipality, or they will be an independent entity as they've been under the title of a CPA, because it was a communal title. So I won't be going into detail in that, but I think I'll leave it to your leadership, your parliamentaries, to address it. I thank you.
Greetings to the chair and the committee and the hall at large. Thank you for the opportunity to present my views. Sorry about that. Bob Shandu ngididisile. Ngibonge kakhulu kusihlalo le committee ukuthi ufike phambi kwethu. Ngiphinde ngibingelele wonke umuntu okhona ehholo. Igama lami nguMandla Shandu wakwa 37 Ashburton. ngiyaweseka umthetho sivivinyo. Ngithanda ukubalula nje udaba lwesiyakha incubation program. Wangicabanga ukuthi lo uhlelo oluhle kakhulu kubalekile ukuthi sikutuse okuhle okwenziwayo singagcini nje ngokukhomba noma ngokukhala ngokungahambi kahle kuphela. Ngiphinde futhi ngizokhuluma nange NHBRC engibonayo nayo ibaluliwe lapha kumthetho sivivinyo. Ngicabanga ukuthi NHBRC iyona ewumgogodla oqinisekisa ukuthi ke ukwakhiwa kwezindlu zamanani aphansi kwenzeka ngendlela efanele. Ngakho ngiyawutusa nomsebenzi wayo nokufakwa kwayo kumthetho sivivinyo. Ngiphinde ngizokhuluma ngodaba ke lobulungu kuyona iNHBRC lapho obulungu ngamakhulu amahlanu amarandi ngonyaka. Bengifisa mina ukuphakamisa ukuthi ungenani lesikhathi silulwe kube noma iminyaka emibili noma kuya kwemithathu, ngoba kulonyaka nonyaka uyahlala phansi ubhalwe isivivinyo ukuze ukwazi ukuthi unikezwe lobulungu. Ngakho abantu abasuke besabasha noma bengenzi imali etheni kulomkhakha noma kulemboni bazithola besenkingeni enkulu. Ngicabanga ukuthi izikhulumi eziningi bese zikhulumile ngezinye izindaba ezihlukahlukene, kodwa ngifisa ukuphinde ngiligcizelele udaba lwesiyakha incubation program ukuthi cha iwuhlelo impela engibonayo ukuthi luyisibonelo sokuthi kungenzeka kanjani inhlelo ezifana nalezi ukuthi zisebenzele nemiphakathi futhi kodabeni lwezokwakhiwa kwezindlu. Bese ngizophinda ngizosho ukuthi futhi la embonini kunabantu abaningi abasebenza lo msebenzi okuthola ukuthi kugcina sekuholela ekuthenini kube khona abafike bathola inkontraka bese begcina nabo ngobuningi bemsebenzi sebeqasha abanye abazosebenza ngaphansi kwabo, ukuthi uma bese kufika ke ezindabeni zamakhokhelana uthola ukuthi lo okuyena usonkontraka ugcina engasabakhokheli laba abangaphansi kwakhe ngesikhathi, ogcina sekuthinta ke ukusebenza namabhizinisi alaba abasuke besabancane embonini yezokwakha. Ngibuye ngizokhuluma ke ngendawo yaseScott la kuyilapho ngidabuka khona. Ngiwusihlalo ke lapha kule ndawo we-CPA ebizwa nge-Community Property Association. Ngicabanga ukuthi lapha kubuye kube khona nokusebenza ngokungenelela kwemsebenzini yabanye phakathi kwayo i-community i-CPA kanye namakhansela endawo okugcina sekubangela ukuthi kube khona ungqubuzana. Kanti bengicabanga ukuthi lezi zinhlaka zombili zingasebenzisana kahle kakhulu ngoba uma ngabe njengabe ukuthi kucaca ukuthi ngabe yini umsebenzi noma iqhaza lohlaka ngalunye kulomsebenzi wokwakhiwa kwezindlu, ngicabanga ukuthi ngaba khona ukusebenzisana okuhle kakhulu phakathi kwalezi zinhlaka zombili. Kanti futhi ke okunye udaba lwamatayitela ukuthi njengoba nje imiphakathi ithola amatayitela ngaphansi kweyinhlelo ezihlukahlukene ezikhona, ingabe la matayitela abawatholayo ababeka njengabantu abanamatayitela ngaphansi kwamasipala noma amatayitela akhuluma ngabantu abazakhele noma lo kuthiwa a-private. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
I don't know if it's appropriate. Ngicela ukukhuluma likaMthani kona ngizozwakala. Igama lami nguSiboniso wakadloma. Ngiqhamuka eWard 28 eNodale. So into kahle esikhala ngayo thina ngale northern areas intuthuko yezezindlu into esingayazi. Intuthuko more especially thina ka Ward 28. iWard 28 ke involve inkulu indawo eziningi. Yabo. Into ebesithanda ukuyazi ukuthi kuthina mhlawumbe iyofika nini silaphi sibekwe kuphi mhlawumbe iyofika hlakabani mhlawumbe sibe nolwazi. Kakhulukazi ke nje ngizokhuluma ngibhekise kuhulumeni wasemsundu kumasipala wasemsunduzi. Yabo. Okuyiwona osengamele. Yabo. Thina njengowa 28 ayikho into esenzakalela into nje abayenza abandla basifakela ugesi kuyona le yamkhukhu yethu. Siyakubonga futhi lokho. Kodwa ke ufaka ugesi odakeni njoba linetha kangaka nezulu liwalwile besicela nje ukuthi uNkulunkulu emkhulu nohulumeni esebenza ake nje asibheke nathi like linethe ngangakithi nathi sikwazi ukuthola intuthuko uyabona. Mase kuba ke ukuthi lapha eWard 28 iningi labantu siphila nabantu baseNdiya vele iningi lethu, kodwa lona liphila ngezinga elikahle yabo. Besizocela ukuthi lama informal sector ngoba awamaningi baba uKhabazela awamaningi ambadlwana nje uyabona, besicela nje bandla kuhulumeni wethu ngoba bayateketisa bathi bukani lo hulumeni wenu ninethelwa kodwa nawo nohulumeni ninenigcwala futhi no votela yabo siyacela nje bandla kuhulumeni wethu ukuthi uke usibheke nathi wa 28 more especially angibale nje northern area as a whole but ngiqhamuka ka wa 28 siyacela nje bandla ngenkulu inhlonipho somlomo siyacela ngiyabonga.
My name is Boniso Lomo from Ward 28. I would express myself in Venek. Greetings to you all. We have not seen any housing development in our area in Ward 28. We would like to know, will this...
Sorry, sir, can you start from the beginning because you closed your mask, we couldn't hear.
My name, I'm sorry about that, Chair. My name is Boniso Lomo. I am from Ward 28. I would express myself in Venek. I would like to bring greetings to the chair, the committee, and the members of the community. In our area, we have not seen any housing development in Ward 28. We would like to know, will this development ever come to us? When will it come and how will it come? The only thing we've received so far is the electricity connections to the very informal settlements that we live in, and it poses some danger with the rains and the floods from time to time. Ward 28, it's in the north, or right here in Umsunduzi. It's a mixed area. We coexist with Indian communities there. They tell us sometimes that you keep voting this government and this government does not seem to do anything for you. So we'd like to request, even with a particular mention to Dr. Mkiza, that please come and assist us in our area where we stay there, that we see some housing developments so that people will get the required dignity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now that 10.
Siyabonga kakhulu besicela abanye abayishumi.
1, 2, 3, 4 up. 5, Sisi, we are number 5. Sisi, the one that you are moving around with, you are number 5. Number 6, Umama. Number 7, Tata with the blue, no. Tata with the lumba, yes. Baba, the one, yeah. Not that one. Kalapanta, Baba. Kalapanta, the green jacket. And then there is a, yes, Baba. And then also a syllab. How many are they? Is it 10? Baba with the green no hemp. I've given the one with the, where is it? With the cream white lumber. You can, in the meantime, sit, we'll give you your chance, will come. Yeah, that one must move. And then we allow, no, there is a lady there. Yes, Baba? Yes. And there is the Ubaba here with from disability group that I'm giving, will start with you. Other hands will recognize you again. Let's allow this 10 to go through. 3 minutes so that we can then give other people chance. Let's start with yourself. Can you give the mic to the,
Thank you very much. Ngiyabonga. Nginguthabani wakwaZuma from Empendle Municipality, Ward 5. Ngifisa ukuthi mhlambe ke ngiphakamise la kule bill eproposwayo ukuthi ingayixoxisa yini into ethi ayithinta amakhosi, ikakhulu ngikhuluma lokhu ngoba kunohlelo la oluhlelo uhulumeni lokwakhela abantu abakhubazekile. Manje uthola ukuthi abanye babo bahlala emakhaya kepha mhlambe sebesezingeni lokuthi baphume. Uhulumeni ke njengoba efisa ukuthi abakhele izindlu zabo abanayo imhlaba uhulumeni uthi uzodevelop abantu basemakhaya lapho behlala khona okusho ukuthi fanele aphume umuntu ekhaya ayofuna isakhiso ngesikhathi ke lolu hlelo likahulumeni lufika mhlawumbe umuntu akahlelekile kahle ngokwephakethe kufuze ukuthi aye emakhosini ayokhonzela isakhiso sibiza imali nayo abangakwazi ukuthi bayi-afford ngicela ukuthi mhlambe le bill uma ngabe ihlengahlengisa izinto ikuthinte lokuthi amakhosi bangaxoxisa kanjani entweni yokuthi ababhekelela abantu abakhubazekile noma babanikeze ngohalf noma babanikeze simahla ngoba ayakuveza amakhosi ukuthi cishe mhlambe anakekeleke kancane noma awanakekeleke qobo kuhulumeni yingakho manje uzuthola ukuthi bagcina sekubonakala ngathi amakhosi awumthwalo phezulu kwabantu ngokwemali uma ngabe abantu befisa izakhiso kopha ngaphezulu kwakho konke ke umuntu akasho ukuthi uyayisupport ibill ngoba izophilisana nabantu ngiyabonga kakhulu
Greetings to the committee and the hall at large. My name is Chabani Zuma. I'm from Mpendle, Municipality Ward 5. My proposal on the bill is that it should include a certain aspect dealing with a traditional leadership insofar as disabled people are concerned. Because you'll find that disabled people live at home with their parents and then when they grow up, they then have to move out and find their own places to live. And you find that sometimes they do not have finances to actually procure houses on their own. And then they will approach traditional leaders to actually find plots where they can build their houses. And when they do consult the traditional leadership, they are expected to pay a particular fee traditionally known as isakiso, which is a fee that then is paid to the traditional leader for them to grant you a plot where you can build. And you'll find that the traditional leaders will usually charge them what they normally charge other people without consideration of their circumstances. And I believe that maybe the bill should provide for an engagement with traditional leadership so that they can also review their charging rubric such that it maybe charges half or even less for disabled people. And finally, in closing, I would like to say I do support the bill. Thank you.
Number 2.
Sanibonani. Igama nguSihla wawagcobaza ngibuye endaweni yaseMpolweni. Bengithi ngisukuma nami nokuthi siyayisupporta ibill siyabonga kakhulu ngamathuba kanje umasipala mayikwazi sihlanganise sibonge noma sicele lokho esizokucela. So ikenge esinayo lapha eMpolweni intsha yethu iseyidakamizweni isikhathi esiningi. So kukhona izinto ezenzekayo ezisabisayo. Manje nami ngasukuma ngoba nami bandla ngake ngaze ngaphoseka kulezo dakamizwa. uNkulunkulu ke wasiza ke kwenzeka. Manje sase ngihamba ke ngofoma inkontraki ngoba kunemisebenzi yezandla eminingi engikwazi ukuyenza. Eminye zikhona izitifikethi esengeke ngayithola ngomasipala inhlelo zomasipala waseMshwathi kakhulukazi bekuba khona ko public works le sithola izitifikethi anezithizo. Manje siregistile ke sinenkontraki. Bengike ngifake ke lana ngisithi sizama ukuthola umsebenzi. Kunegenge mhlambe eza engaphezulu kwa10 esisebenza nayo nje zonke izinsuku ngokusizwa ke nawomakhelwane nalabo abakhaya endaweni. Besifisa abandla ukuthi idepartment isebenzise. Makukhona mhlambe la kwakhiwa khona izinto ezinjengo tiling, plumbing, plaster, into zazizokwakha nje kakhulukazi izona esidila ngazo. Siyacela bandla ukuthi asilekele lo umasipala wethu asifake ngaphansi kwakhe sizoletha umsebenzi omuhle kakhulu isithembiso leso siyabonga.
Bhuti wami.
Greetings, my name is Sihle Kobaza from Empolweni. I rise to say I support the bill, and we just want to thank the municipality for bringing such opportunities where we come to relay and convey our appreciations or even requested times. Most of us, where I come from, it's young people, and most of them have been struggling with drugs. I'm actually standing before you, one of them that was struggling with drugs, but who luckily came out of the trap. So, but we are now grouping ourselves to form construction companies, to do plumbing and other construction-related works. We would like to implore our government and our municipality to give us opportunities to work in the industry and be part of the construction industry so that we may be able to contribute meaningfully. Thank you.
Ngibingelele sihlalo nekomiti lakho kanye no speaker wasemsunduzi nomphakathi wonke. Engiza nakho ngiyayisupporta ibill. Kodwa ngolesine sasikwi workshop. Ubhekani Mnyandu. Ngolesine sila ke workshop yale ephathelene nalo mhlangano namhlanje. Kwavela ukuthi ke khona ama penalties anikezwa inkampani ezingawenzanga kahle umsebenzi. Sathi masithola sengathi inkampani ihlawuliswe u25,000. Ngokwami samisiphakamiso ukuthi kungenziwa kanjani ukuthi kube ukuthi inkampani mhlambe imithole umsebenzi ka 1 million mhlambe ahlawulise ipercentage ethile kuleyo msebenzi wakhe akade ezowenza kungabe u25,000 kuphela kubona ngathi kuncane lokho. Bese ngiza kokwesibili leliphuzu lokuthi une funding kodwa le funding ayizukuyisiza lemizi eyakhiwa kudala. Ngibona ngathi akukho kahle ngoba nakho siyatshelwa sizofundiswa somphakathi ukuthi makwakhiwa imizi sikwazi ukulekelela kuze kuthi ke imizi eyakhiwe ingabi kulesa simo sokuthi izobhidlika ibuye kufanele kuthiwe kuzofanele kube khona imali eyisiza abantu. So kwavela nokuthi kunemali engango 9 billion ebekeke eceleni ukuthi asuthatha ngando 9 billion uyolungisa leya mizi ekhalwa ngayo esiyonakala ngoba le esizokwakhiwa manje sobe siyigadile. Ngiyabonga.
Greetings to the chair and the committee and everyone. My name is Begani Mnyandu from Ward 20 at Itindale. I support the bill, but I just wanted to say that on Thursday, whilst we were attending the workshop on this bill, it came up during our discussions that there are penalties that are payable. For example, the 25,000 rand that is paid as a penalty should you transgress in terms of the act. And my proposal is that instead of charging 25,000 rand flat as a flat fee, why not charge a percentage of the total value of the contract? That way it will then be a fair and just penalty for people to be served with. Also on the issues of funding, I would like to know if this funding supports old houses, because those houses, some of them are actually in a state of disrepair and need to be renovated and brought into a situation where they are livable. I just want to know what is the situation insofar as those houses with regards to the bill. And then also, I heard that there is 9 billion that is set aside for housing. I just want to know if this money will also be used to fix these houses that I've mentioned before. And that is all I would like to know. Thank you so much.
Thanda ukubingelela wonke umuntu, ngibingelele nabaphathi bohlelo. Igama lami nguZakhele Sijazi ngisuka kaWard 28 phansi komsonduzi municipality. Sinenkinga inkinga yethu esibhekene nayo sihlele ehholo kulokho esabelwa izindlu enkululeko. And indlela ekwenzeka ngayo asitholi feedback mayelana nebhili ke ngathi ngisakude ukufika kuyona ukuthi ngithi ngiyakhomenta ngoba aside isikhathi sihlele ehholo lapha akwenzeki lutho. At least mangathiwa mhlambe sithela ama temporary simove ke khona ehholo mekuyima singena kule ndaba amabhili ukuthi kwakhiwe izindlu nani ngoba ile yasehholo esayi issue kwamanje asukwazi sihlale isikhathi eside lapha asitholi feedback akwenzeki lutho. Yilo nje bengithanda ukuthi ngikwazi noma mhlawumbe umbuzo wami bengawubuza ngubhekise ngqo kumasipala osihlalisile ehholo lapha lo umsondozi angazi ukuthi kona kuyikuphi. Siyabonga.
My name is Zakhele Sijaza from Ward 28. Greetings to Chair Program Directors and the members of the community. Our problem is that we are in the community hall right now since our houses were flooded. I wouldn't like to comment on the bill. All that I would like to request is a submission of our request for temporary structures. And I'm not sure whether should I be directing that request to Sundizi municipality, which is the one that actually placed us in those community halls.
Ngiyanibingelela nonke baphathi. Igama lami uNonhlanhla waKangcobo, ngiphuma khona nami kwaWard 28 eNorth Daily endaweni yasenkululeko. Endaweni esihleli kuyo njengamanje sisahleli eTruro Hall. Ebesifisa ukwazi kongqongqoshe besicela ukwazi ukuthi ever since siwelwe izindlu thina njengoba siaffectekile kulama floods kukhona yini uhlelo asebephezu kwalo ngathi umbuzo wami oqala loyo kule ndawo esihleli kuyona yebo kufika abantu abahlukahlukene basithembisa futhi izithembiso ezehlukahlukene besicela ukubuza futhi mayelana nama temporary structures abasithembisa wona abantu ukuthi ngabe sebehawufa ngawo nokuthi indawo le abasithi iyona abangayiprefer as ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi sibekelwe wona ama structures noma sakhelwe izindlu kuyona le ndawo ephezulu ngasemathankini. Nginesho ukuthi abanye bayayazi abala eMaritzburg asebeke bafika phezulu bezosibheka leyo ndawo kuthiwa ibelonga ku Dr Dianat okade ezokwakha isibhedlela iDaymet kwatholakala ukuthi ayikho sezingeni lokuthi ingakha isibhedlela kuyo. Bathi bazokhuluma naye loyo muntu ukuthi akwazi ukuthi adayise mhlambe leyo mhlaba ukuze ubuyele ngakuthina sikwazi ukuthi sithole indawo eproper ukuthi sakhelwe kuyo izindlu. Besicela nokwazi ke mhlawumbe ukuthi ke sebehawufa kuyo leyo ndawo ukuthi senengxoxo zabo ukuthi baqhubeke bagcinaphi ngoba ingxaki yethu ke isekuthenini besiwomama sinamakhaya namhlanje asisenawo singobaba sinemizi namhlanje asisenawo lokho nje umntwana ube nekhaya akasenalo kusinika ukuthi nje lapha asazi asiboni umnyakazo asizwa futhi impendulo ukuthi shuthi lana sesihleli ngunaphakade yini noma kusazoqhubeka nohlelo lwethu sifisa ukwazi mayelana nezifo ezikhona ukuthi thina asizuzweleka yini ukuthi sizweleke kalula ukuthi abanakhaya laba abanayo futhi indawo yokuthi bakhosele kuyona okwamanje indawo ephephile ngoba sidinga indawo ephephile lapha ngikhuluma kuno 2 months bengane kuyaphezulu zonke lezo ngane aziphephile endaweni ehleli kuyona zingangenwa izifo singangenelwa abantu bazosilimaza konke lokho sicela ukwazi ngako ukuthi sebeqhubeke bagcinaphi enye into futhi ebesithanda ukuthi kuma officials sicela impendulo ukuthi siphenduleke sazi ukuthi okay sekuhambe kwagcinaphi uhlelo lihambe lwafika la nala nala sikuze nathi sibe nethemba ukuthi la sihleli khona asilahliwe njengabahlali base South Africa ngiyabonga angathi bekungathi noma siphenduleka end of June sizwe mhlawumbe impendulo ezingasijabulisa noma kungeke kusheshe kodwa sibe nayo indlela ezokuthi isijabulise nathi uthi ayisesiqale senza lolu hlelo nalolu hlelo sikhonjiswe ukuthi kusuka la kuyapi ibill sizoyisupporta uma kuqhubeke kanjalo ngiyabonga kakhulu
Your sound is bad. Yeah, we can't hear. Yeah, start from the beginning.
Greetings to the chair and the committee. My name is Nonhlanhla Ngcobo from Ward 28 in Kululeko, Northdale. Currently, we live in Truro Hall because our houses collapsed during the floods. And I would like to know if there's a program in place to help us access adequate housing. Different promises were made by different people who came to see us where we are right now, but we haven't seen anything tangible coming out of those promises. And also, I would like to know about temporary structures as to how far is that process in terms of getting us accommodated in temporary structures or even building us proper houses. I believe that there is a piece of land which is near an area called Ematenkini, which is owned by a certain Dr. Diana, which is a private property. I would like to know how far are the discussions around the appropriation of that land, because I know that there have been discussions around that particular land because it was earmarked for building a hospital, but it was deemed unsuitable for that purpose, and therefore can't we then be able to fast track that process so that we can be able to live, have temporary structures or even homes built in that land. Also, as men and women, we have lost houses and now we are homeless. Our kids are growing up outside of a home when they used to live in a home, and that also speaks to our dignity. We actually don't see any movement in terms of moving us from where we are staying currently, which is a hall. Are we then expected, or should we expect to stay there perpetually? We need a safe place in terms of health, because we have children who, some of whom are under 2 months or 2 months in age, and we feel the conditions we're living under are unsuitable and unsafe in terms of health for these children. And also the issue of security and the safety, we feel we are not safe, we can be attacked at any stage where we are currently situated. We do need answers so that we can have hope as South African citizens. If at least by the end of June we can have positive feedback in this regard, maybe then we will support the bill if that happens. Thank you.
Ngiyalibingelela itafula usibongile Khumalo lokhulumayo ngiqhamuka ka Ward 22. Iward yami ihlanganise igceme ezu10. Manje njoba ngilapha ngiyabonga ukuba uhulumeni asondele eduze kwethu. Ibill ngiyayisupporta. Ngiyawubonga umasipala waseMsunduza, kuningi osusenzele kona uhuman settlement. Kepha ebengicela kakhulu, bengicela ukuthi uma kuzolokhu indawo yase KZN indawo ehlaselwa izikhukhula kakhulu, ziyathanda njengoba zikhona nje zisazophinda futhi zibuya, ngikholwa ukuthi siqinile. Engicelayo bengicela ukuthi uma kuthiwa khona ibill njengoba izama ukucabangela nosonkontileka abasafufusa, ngiyacela engathi namakhansela nama ward committee abengabonelelela la kwi level ephansi ukuthi makukhona unkontileka okhawona ozoletha intuthuko njenganokwakhe endaweni, kumele nabo babe yingxenye yalezo zinto. Singaboni sesilethela umuntu kuthiwa nangu umuntu ozokwakha, kepha ekugcineni siba nalezi inkinga esihlangabezana nazo kumphakathi, umuntu engasenzi ngalendlela ekade esithembise ngayo. Okunye engicelayo, sinezindlu laphaya ezingaphansi kwesigceme sethu ka Ward 22. Lezi zindlu mangaphosisi noma ngingekho sure ngicela zakhe mhlambe 2016 kanje, lezi zindlu zinama toilet, basebenzisa ama toilet basebenzisa amabhakede endlini okutoilet. Manje ngikubona kuyihlazo kakhulu laphayana, bahlala labo bantu bahlala eFetsem, kuyihlazo kakhulu ngoba kukhona abantwana abakhubazekile, kungenzeka baze bahogele no poison wakhona lapha ema toilet. Nobugebengu sebudlangile, ebusuku bathi belele ngabo 2 zifika imoto zoqoqa amabhakede. Lokho becabanga ukuthi mhlambe seku abanye abayingxenye yobugebengu. Bengingathokoza mangase umphakathi wa Ward 22 ucatshangelwe kuloko. Kunezindlu esizakheliwe human settlement njade sihlaselwe izikhukhula. Yebo zona zisezingeni, sithokozile ngazo, kepha kunezinye izindlu ezakhiwe bezingasakhiwe le inkontileka ebeyade ifikile. Lezi zindlu ezakhiwe, ezinye zakhona uthayela wakhona ungenisa imvula malinetha, utsheke indlu ayikho ku level eflat, itshekile lendlu. Mofuna ukuvula isicapha awumothi uvula ngokhiya awuvula usenza ispade mozofuna ukungena kuleyo yindlu. So besicela ukuthi masicatshangelwe ngoba nalokho kwehlisa izinga lahulumeni, kuba ngathi uhulumeni uhlulekile kanti labantu sebethunywa ukuthi bazokwenza umsebenzi abangawenzi ngendlela. Ngiyabonga.
Hamba nobhalisa lapho those houses.
My name is Bongile Khumalo. I'm from Ward 22. My ward covers about 10 different areas. However, I do support the bill And my appreciation goes out to Umsondi's municipality for bringing us parliament. Our areas here in KZN are prone to flooding. So we humbly request that whenever there is a development in our areas, contractors be introduced to communities for the benefit of accountability. That even when in the future such developments are flooded, the contractors that build, particularly with faults, they could be held accountable for such. I would refer to a new development in my area, but shockingly, it's still using a bucket system, and that would spiral down to diseases. There's a lot of young children staying there. There's people with disabilities staying there. It's a really not a good scene at all. And the crime in the area has increased. We're struggling as a community to manage or tone it down, because sometimes we hear some people coming up, you don't know whether it's criminals or it's the logistics company that are coming to collect these buckets. So it's really beyond our control, and it needs urgent attention. In Ward 22, there is new housing with so much faulty structures. Some of them, it's a house, you struggle to open the door to get into the house. So the dignity of our government is compromised, and the dignity of those beneficiaries of those people that receive those houses. Please kindly respond to that or attend to that. Thank you.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo kanye nekomiti protocol observed. Akukuningi okwami kukodwa nje njengoba kunalesimo esikhona se-climate change. Ngicabanga ukuguquguquka kwesimo sezulu. Ngicabanga ukuthi kuzosilekelela uma ngase kwi-act kwi-bill yethu ke sikufake ukuthi izindlu ezakhiwe kwi-slab mayiphele. Ngani ngibuke leyo nto ewadini, amanzi angena ngaphakathi endlini ko-4-room laba bakhiwe nge-slab ayophumela ngale. Kweminye imizi uthola ukuthi umuzi uze uwasheke usuke uhambe, khona imizi ewuthunje engekho ngenxa yezimvula. Bengikade ngingaphakamisa lokho ukuthi engathi singayiqeda indaba yokwakha indlu phezu kweslab ibe ne-foundation. Thank you.
Baba, those houses that have, go and register them there, Baba.
Greetings, Chair and the committee. I'm Keto Kambule from Ward 19 in Imbali. I'm also a Ward Committee member. I'll be very brief. I have just one proposal to make, and it's pertaining to issues that relate to climate change and the bill. I think it will help us to include in the bill the banning of houses that are built on a slab, because recently when we experienced floods, 2 houses were washed away because they were built on the slab, and the slab simply was washed away by the flooding. And I think it will be much more useful and safer to build houses using a foundation method, because that will then be able to withstand flooding. Thank you.
Ngibingelele igama nguSibusiso ngwakamtolo, ngisuka eRichmond ka Ward 4. Mhlambe umuntu akabonke ayamkele ibill, mase umuntu akuveza ukuthi akabonge kuhulumeni okhona osiholayo. I development la ngiqhamuka khona ka Ward 4 siyayibona ngikhuluma kumanje kune project eqhubekayo yezindlu. Hlambe okwami kuzoba kuncane kakhulu. Besinesfiso iRichmond indawo encane kakhulu. iRichmond as a whole, i-development especially yezindlu iyona ephuwa kakhulu and iyona futhi engekho. Hlambe besingafisa ukuthi ubuholo obungasenhla mengabe buyibuka lento buyibheke lento i-development yezindlu ngoba ayikho into ebaluleke kakhulu kubantu njenganezindlu. Ingqalasisinda ibalulekile kubantu and especially ingqalasisinda lezindlu ibalulekile kakhulu. Mase ngiphinde futhi ngiveze le yama processes amade kwi-department mawukuthi kuya-apply kulento yezindlu uthothi ku-apply mayikothatha isikhathi eside ukuthi ku-reply entweni enjana leyo. Hlambe bengifisa ukuthi entweni ezinjana lezo zike zibhekelelwe nanokuthi mengabe kwakhiwa izindlu abantu sebehlonzelwe le bezokwakhelwa khona izindlu indawo ayikibhekisiswe kahle ngoba khona izindlu uthola ukuthi zakhiwe only to find out uthola ukuthi indawo i-wetland. Engikhuluma kuyimanje especially lapha la ngikhona kuyimanje uthothi kunezilebhu ezimile kuyimanje le kwakwakho khona izindlu zimile izilebhu ngenxa ukuthi azisakwazi ukuthi izindlu zakheke ngoba indawo yamanzi. Angike ngibonge.
Thank you.
Greetings to the chair and the committee. My name is Sbusiso Mtolo from Ward 4 in Richmond. I support the bill. And I also like to thank the government for the work that they are doing for us. In Ward 4, where I come from, development is quite evident. You'll see a number of projects that are taking place in our area. However, as much as Richmond is small, there is very little or minimal housing development that is taking place. And I believe that housing is very important to our people. Therefore, I urge the government to speed up the process of providing houses to people because I believe that the processes that are engaged upon before people can get houses are too long. And also, I would like us to also consider the building of houses to ensure that houses are built in areas that are earmarked and suitable for building houses because you'll find that there are houses that are built in unsuitable areas and these houses end up putting the people's lives at risk as they might be in a situation where they collapse and so on. I thank you.
Angibingelele etafuleni. Ibhili ngizoyisupporta igama nguNhlonipho Ngwazondo. Ngiqhamuka eMngeni eMpophomeni kuwa 13. Kuncane ke engikuphethe labahlonishwa bami. Okokuqala kunezindlu ezakhandwa ngo-1996 kuyintuthuko yokuqala esasiyibona ke eMngeni kusekhona ubaba uTata Mandela. Kodwa ukhanda kwazo zaba u-one room leza zindlu. Kwaqedwa into wakuthiwa amakopane ngendlela ezincane ngayo abanye babantu abahlala kuzona bakwazile ukuqhubha abanye babantu abakwazi ukuqhubha. Uyabuka ke nomndeni ohlala khona ukuthi usumningi asazi ukuthi mhlambe le yanto ingasizakala kanjani ukuthi labantu abangakwazi ukuqhubha izindlu mhlambe besizakala. Siphinde sibonge nje intuthuko kunendawo kuthiwa isebumnandini nakhona wawubona ukuthi izindlu uma zokhanda sazoba madabula kwagcina ke sehlukanisiwe. Sibonge ukuthi namanje kune project esaqhubeka ilungisa isiyanweba ke lezo zindlu. Kodwa okuxakayo kunezindlu ezinye esebemuvile abantu abahlala kuzona cause kunalento idamkoko eqhuma njalo ngaphakathi endlini sekubonakala ukuthi bazokhona. Sibongeke nongqongqoshe uJomo wakasibiya okwazile ukuthi ngesikhathi sekhukhula ukwazile ukuletha ama-voucher kubantu abathe ukulinyalelwa izindlu ngokuxakile ukuthi bekwazi ukulula. Mhlambe la ebengicela ngiyacela futhi ukuthi kunalesimo lesi ucathi uNxamalala uke wasiveza lapha eqaleni seyinkosi. Siyocela ukuthi inkosi isebenzisane nohulumeni ngoba into ebakhona kundawo esikuyona emngeni kunabantu asebeze bakhandiswa endaweni eseyintabeni. Awukwazi futhi nalapho ukuthi umuntu mase ekhandile entabeni one uma kudlule ilunga lomndeni awukwazi idafu ungena kuleyo ndawo. Two, umuntu uzoyithenga indawo uma esewelwa yindlu uyabuya futhi ezekhanseleni ecela ukuthi liyomsiza nemase futhi eyidinga intuthuko. Lokho socela ukuthi uhulumeni besebenzisane nenkosi. Siyabonga.
My name is Nhlonipho Zondo. Excuse me. Nhlonipho Zondo from Ward 13 Umngeni. Greetings to the table. I would like to support the bill. Mine is a very legal contribution. Way back in 1996, we saw very first development in our area when Baba Mandela was still the president. But that development were one-room houses. Well, over the years, some have managed to extend those houses, but some haven't managed, couldn't extend. So what I would like to know and establish is that could those who could not extend could be in some way be assisted by human settlements. And they've got another place called Mkandlwini. We appreciate the development there and the government intervention, because we saw that people were going to be squashed in different families under one roof, but we see that government is actually giving some leadership there. Now, our appreciation also goes to MEC Jomo Sibiya for his urgent intervention. Since the floods, we saw some food handouts given to people. I also would like to air my views on what Mr. Zuma, the previous speaker, had alluded, that the traditional areas in some of these areas are a bit antagonistic towards councils and stuff. So we'd like to request that let there be synergy between traditional leaders, the local municipality, and the people living in those communities, because they are the ones that suffer. Thank you.
Yebo ma.
Ngithanda ukubikelela kwikomiti leParliament. Mina la inkinga yami ukuthi angazi noma soke sizithole lezo zindlu kukhulunywa ngazo. Ngoba lapha emaplazini abanikazi bamaplaza bavuma lutho nentuthuko. Angazi noma sogcina sizitholile yini lezo zindlu ngoba sesihlale lapha over 100 years. Obaba bethu nomkhulu bethu bangcwatshwele lapha. Angazi noma kudinga ukuthi size sisuke yini emaplazini sokwakha kwezinye indawo ukuze sizithole lezi zindlu kukhulunywa ngazo. Ngibongeke ku Auntie K osebenzisana kahle nathi oyikhansela lethu. Okubuya kunzima kukhona la buya nqandeke khona naye ngenxa yamandla ukuthi asilekelela sisize. Kunenhlaka ke ezahulumeni ngeke ngizibiza amagama abantu ezisithwalisa ubunzima. ugcina ungasazi ubona ukuthi ngeke uye ndawo noma ungabika ngoba kunesimo lapho umlungu yaxolisa ukusho kanjalo eke wafaka abantu ecourt ngoba belwela ukuthi abayi indawo labehleli khona lwesine ngikhuluma nje bebese court lapho uLenda Fez ufikile wathi kukhuluma imali uma bekubikela ngiyacela ukuthi iParliament lisilekelele emaplazini ziningi kakhulu inkinga ezikhona esingazi ukuthi sizosiza ubani ngoba enhlaka eziningi twazisho ukuthi zikhuluma ngemali sigcina singasasizakala ngempela ngiyabonga
kuye lapha
Greetings to the Parliamentary Committee. My name is Pumlile Kuboni from Ward 4 in Richmond, Emaplazini. I would like to speak on behalf of people who live in farms because I believe farm owners oppose development. They don't want anything developmental to be done in their farms. So it makes me wonder when are we going to get our own houses, if we'll ever get those houses, because our people have lived in these farms for over 100 years. My father and forefathers have lived there before me as I live there right now. And I would also like to thank our councillor who works very well with us as her constituency. She tries her best, but we know that there are areas where she cannot be able to assist due to the prevailing circumstances. We have structures in our area that make our lives very difficult. I'm not going to mention names, but just suffice to say, these structures really make our lives difficult. So much so that this has actually led to the farmer even taking our people to court over the land issue where there were people who were refusing to move from the land that was in dispute. I would really urge government to look into the issue of farm workers and people who live in farmland because we are really struggling and we don't see any development coming our way. If that could happen, we'll be very grateful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The last 10. The last 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's start with Yuma. You have been raising your hand for quite some time. You. Baba, Nika Mama must be the first one. Wait, ma, wait. Do you still have any other hands? I've counted 10. 1. Mama, come, go, mom, go. Boutique, go. Any other hands? Come, you are the last one. Oh, the last one is here. It's 12 people. Ngivalile, ne? Siyavumelana. Closed, closed, closed. Agreed? 12, we are 12 people. Yes? 1, 2, there is this mama, oh, there is mama here. There is another person here. 3 minutes rule.
My name is Renisha Singh, and I'm from the northern areas. My basic concern is the consideration towards the positioning of informal settlements and the residents in the informal settlements. As we've seen, and as been mentioned so often, is a perfect example of the Nkululeko settlement. That's in Ward 28. Councillor Naika, together with the mayor and the MEC, over the last 2 disasters have been there. We've moved residents from the first flood to the hall and now from the second flood to the hall as well. My concern is that firstly, the inhumane way that they have to survive there. It was actually quite a walk for the MEC, the mayor, and the councillor himself to go up to these houses that were affected. And to consider that residents are actually doing this on a daily basis. That's the first thing. The second thing is the maintenance of these informal settlements. There's refuse that's not collected. They don't have proper ablution facilities, all right? And this is a snowball effect, because then this is affecting the ratepayers and the residents of the area. Now, from that informal settlements, with all this water and stuff that's running, it's actually affecting the homeowners. Their backyards are filled with water. They can't even come into their backyards. The tar is being lifted up, all right? So this informal settlement, in Kululeko informal settlement, is actually in a terrible state at the moment and really needs somebody to look into it. A year ago, there was a child that was even electrocuted and that passed away in that informal settlement, right? So what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, we need to consider where we're positioning these informal settlements and consider the people that actually live there. That's my major concern. Secondly, I would like to ask, if I may, in the northern suburbs, we have many residents that are low-income earners and are renting. How is this bill going to, how are they going to benefit from this bill? Because so far, some of them are sitting on a waiting list for housing for over 30 years. They are now pensioners, and they haven't received housing as yet. They go in every month, they sign for their housing, but they haven't benefited anything. So how is this housing bill going to benefit these people? So I'd like to say I neither reject or accept this bill due to these concerns. Thank you.
Greetings to the committee. My name is Renisha Singh from Ward 28 in the northern suburbs. I would just like to speak to the positioning of informal settlements. Oh, ngizocela ukukhuluma ngibingelela usihlalo nekomiti. Sorry Chair, it's afternoon. Ngibingelela usihlalo nekomiti. Igama lami nguRenisha Singh waku Ward 28 kuma northern suburbs. Engizokhuluma ngako ke indawo lapho kwakhiwe khona ke indawo zokuhlala lokuthiwa isezakhiweni. Ikakhulukazi sibonele ngizokhuluma ngaso ilapha indawo ethiwa isenkululeko. Ikhansela kaNaika nabanye abamisene nabo bakumasipala okubala ngisho nongqongqoshe bazamile ukuthi ke babheke indlela abangalekelela ngayo lo mphakathi emva kwezikhukhula. Abahlali noma ke izakhamuzi zakule ndawo zathuthelwa ehholo lomphakathi sekuzokwaba kabili ngokomthetho zithuthelwa ehholo lapho sihlaliswe khona, kodwa la behlaliswe khona indawo abahleli kuyona cha ayikulungele neze ukuhlala abantu, ayikho esimeni esihle impela. Okokuqala nje indawo abahleli ngaphansi kwaso isesimeni esibi kakhulu, kanti futhi ibanga elide ukuthi uzufike kuyona njengoba nje bazibonela ukhansela nongqongqoshe befikile bahamba elide ibanga ngaphambi bafike la kuhlaliswe khona laba bantu. Kanti futhi ke endaweni lesenkululeko ukunakekelwa kwengqalasizinda nokwelethwa kwezidingo akukho. Ngakho ke imfucuza ayiqoqwa, kanti ke nezindawo zokuzikhulula azikho esesimweni esifanele. Lokhu ke kuthinta ke nalabo abanezindlu ezakhelene nalendawo ngoba bazithola sebenamanzi agcwele emayadini noma emagcekeni abo, futhi ke nemigwaqo nayo yaphazamiseka ngoba itiyela liyagubheka liphakame bese ke umgwaqo uyonakala ngenxa yalokho. Kanti futhi ke le ndawo yokuhlala isesimene esibi impela kangangokuthi nje ngiyakhumbula ukuthi esikhathini esidlule kwaba khona nomntwana owabulawa ke ukubanjwa noma ukushokwa ugesi khona kuleya ndawo okuchaza ukuthi na ukuthi ke shuthi izingozi eziningi ngisho nasebantwaneni. Okunye ke bengifisa ukubuza ukuthi njengoba nje abantu abaningi abahlala kuma northern suburbs kwabantu abekade bekhokha irent ingabe njengoba babhalisa eminyakeni eminingi edlule basalindile namanje ukuthi bathole izindlu, abanye babo babhalisa ngisho iminyaka engamashumi amathathu eyadlula sebaze bathatha ngisho umhlala phansi belokhu belindile kodwa lutho ukuthola izindlu zabo. Ngalezi izathu ke noma lokho singikubuzile kungibeka esimeni sokuthi ngingaseseki futhi ngingaweseki noma ngingawuvumi umthetho sivivinyo. Ngiyabonga.
I want to take this opportunity to greet our Madam Speaker and the parliamentary and our mayor in his absence. My name is Daryl. I'm from Ward 38. I'm also a Ward Committee member. I would like to speak in terms of our two informal settlements within Ward 38. It's Tambourville and Tembelihle. We had a contractor before building the RTP houses for the community of Tambourville and Tembelihle. However, the people are very grateful for the homes that they have. However, there are some uncompleted houses within Tembelihle and Tambourville where people were displaced. There is even a family that is now in Richmond. It's over 2 years, nothing has happened to their houses, and there's more people like that. I also want to speak into the waterways in the area. When it rains, water goes right through those houses. Some of the houses are still made with mud, so the structures are not that strong. And also wanting to bring back the dignity in Tambourville and Tembelihle's people. We got also disadvantaged people, and the toilet system is outside. So I would like the new houses that are going to be built, and we already spoke to the new contractor already in our last committee meeting. That was also in Tambourville, that the new houses for our informal settlements, Tambourville and Tembelihle, that the toilets must be put inside with water. Going over to Glenwood, the community of which I am living in. We're sitting with people on the waiting list. They've been to human settlements. They've been signing for over 30 years for houses. I would say out of these 3,000 houses that the people want to build in Ward 38, we've already got serviced land within our community, Glenwood. If those plots can be utilized for the people that have been waiting very long for homes. We've got 3 to 4 generations living in a 2-bedroom house. We are also grateful for the houses that we were given then, but we will also be very helpful if the government and parliament can assist us in this regard. With the safety and security within our community, it is also a hazard because of the high volume of unemployed people within our ward. I would also ask Parliament if the contractors that come in can employ the people from the ward. In so doing, they can also uplift their skills and development to those people as well. I would also ask, there's just one more thing I want to ask for. There's so many things in my mind, but anyway, just give me strength. Last but not least, we just want to thank you guys for availing yourselves to us and listening to us. Thank you.
You can go and register those issues there.
Igama lami uDerrell wakwa-Simmons, ngiqhamuka ku-Ward 38. Ngicela ukuthatha lethuba ukuthi ngibingelele uSpeaker wethu uthandekayo nemeya yethu noma isaphumile. Mina ngiyilunga le committee. Ngifisa ukukhuluma kakhulu ngendawo yezakhiwo lapha eThembelihle naseThambo. Kuwe kwaba khona i-development laphayana izindlu ezike zakhiwa, kodwa ke baningi abasala ngaphandle. Kunabanye nje sabaphoqeleka ukuthi bayohlala kwezinye indawo ngani ngoba izindlu zabo zayilimele. Le ndawo leya kahle kahle indawo nje eyamanzi. Ukuhamba kwamanzi kuleya ndlela adlule indlini uma kunizulu. Ngakho ke siyacela ke kuhulumeni wethu ukuthi uma kuphinde kwakhiwa ezinye izindlu ezintsha lapha eThambo naseThembelihle ukuthi even nama toilet abe khona ngaphakathi endlini futhi kube namanzi futhi endlini. Kunenye development ekhona lapha ku-Ward 38 ikhona neziza ukuthi zakhiwe kodwa akukaqalwa ukwenza lowo msebenzi. Sinabantu uthola izizukulwane ezintathu kuya kwezine ezihlala emakameleni amabili nje endlu, okuyihlazo elesabekayo. Lokho kuzokwenza ukuthi nezokuphepha nezokuvikeleka zibe bucayi kule ndawo esihlala kuyo. So sengiphetha ngifuna ukusicela ukuthi osonkontileka abasebenza ewadini yethu mabanikeze ithuba abantu abahlala kule wadi ukuze bathole amathuba emsebenzi. Ekugcineni ngibonge kakhulu ithuba enisinike lona ukuthi nizokhuluma nathi. Siyabonga.
Bengisacela ukuthatha lethuba ke ngibingelele ikomiti, usihlalo wekomiti nekomiti lakhe liphelele namalunga omphakathi akhona ngaphakathi. Mina ngikulindelana okafuneka ngiqhamuka eRichmond ka-Ward 7. Benginecelo nje ezimbalwa kona azikho ziningi kakhulu. Isicelo nje sokuqala bengicela ukuthi mhlambe umasipala wethu iRichmond Municipality together with housing benginesicelo sokuthi njengoba kukhona iproject yaka housing ezobiqhamuka ezobe ku phase 3 uza ngakuthina ka-Ward 7 ukuthi benginesifiso sokuthi angathi ungaphinde uvule elinye ithuba lokuthi abantu bakwazi ukuthi babhalise ukuze bakwazi ukuthi izindlu bazithole bonke, ngoba sikhuluma nje kumanje kunabantu abawelwe izindlu ekade sezivele sezindala ngalezi khukhula lezi. Okumanje sikhuluma nje kubanjwa kuyayekwa ngabo ngendlela ukuthi nensiza sokuthi sibasize azanele kahle hle. Kodwa manje futhi into esuke ibinkinga ke masibheka emumva ku phase 1 na ku phase 2 kukhona abantu abake bathola ilokhozi bake bayithola imixhaso, kodwa ke manje le mixhaso le umuntu okuyena yena udeserve kakhulu wagcina engakwazanga ukuthi awuthole ngesimo sokuthini, ngesimo sokuthi ngesikhathi kubhaliswa lezi indlu lezi mhlambe yena wayekade engekho esetohweni la zama khona ukuncenga impilo khona wagcina engakwazanga. Abanye kumanje bawelwe izindlu and sebedlulile lapho. So manje sekuphoqa ukuthi njengoba kuzoqala iproject yaka Ward 7 yaka housing sekufanele manje kuqalwe phasi kubuye emuva kuyopheshwa laba bantu labaya. Nesicelo ke nje emphakathini ke nje ukuthi ngoba phela ithina somphakathi ukuze sibalekele leyanto leyenze ukuthi izindlu zithathe o 2 years seziya crack. nathi ke siwumphakathi ake i-project ke si-safeguard kanjani na i-material siqikelele ukuthi ayikho i-material ephuma ngobumnyama ingazi ukuthi yangalaphi ngoba lokho yiko lokho kudala i-cost ukuthi egcineni ugcine sekwenzeka lama-crack lawa ngoba sekushoda ini i-material nanokuthi ke osonkontileka bethu mabefika siyacela ukuthi usonkontileka mefika abake basimele kancane ngokufika nalabo bhuti laba base-Afrika nathi la sinalo ithalente bakhona bakwazi ukuthi bakwakhe bakhe izindlu more especially i-youth yethu inenkinga enkulu kakhulu ngoba manje igcina singena ezidakamizweni ayiwathola amathuba la i-exercise khona ikwazi ukuthola khona imali thina manje sekucacile nje South Africa ngeke sisakwazi ukuthi sikhiqize leya youth leya ngo-1949 o-R Tambo no-Mandela ngesimo sokuthina i-youth yethu thina ayiwathola amathuba kahle so manje igcina ithatha impilo yayo ibeka kakhulu ezidakamizweni kodwa ke manje ebe ekhona amathuba njengabo housing esicabanga ukuthi mhlambe masingafaka isicelo sokuthi ukufika mawufika nje uvula ithubo lokuthi cha sisafuna ukuthi siqeqeshe i-youth ekuthaneni mhlambe one day ibe nezitifiketi nazo zo bricklaying o tiling o plumbing mangase sithole lelo thuba nje lelo mhlambe nalobugebengu obungaka ngoba mawuthi uyabheka ama stats alobugebengu abantu abancane at the age of 22 years or 20 years labo bantu labo ikhona indlela mhlambe ngaba khona indlela ukuthi ku-housing uqhamuke nje ne-project encane uzobafundisa nje amalokhozi imikhakha ethanda ukuhlukana kodwa e-based kakhulu ka-housing lokho kuyobasiza kuyobalekelela ekuthenini bavuleleke amathuba bakwazi ukuthola amathuba nokuthi bakwazi ukuthi benze inkampani ezokwazi ukusapha.
Thank you very much, Baba. You can make some of the input if you are not done there.
Amanye ambaphuzo washilo ungawethula laphaya uze ukwazi ukusizakala. My name is Lindelani Funeka from Ward 7 in Richmond. May I take this opportunity to greet the chair, the committee, and the members of the community. I have a few requests to submit, not too many at all. I would request that our municipality, that since we are now on phase 3 with RTP developments in our area, here in Ward 7, we would request that we open up the registration process, that we restart the registration process because so many people have had their houses washed away because of the floods. And we don't want a repeat of what happened during phase 1 and phase 2, where we found that most deserving people were left out because during the registration process, some of them maybe were at work or somewhere. So they ended up not benefiting from the housing. I would also like to appeal to the community because these developments, they come to us and we know what goes on there. So I would like to appeal to our community that let's ensure that the building material doesn't get stolen, it doesn't get lost, because when that is stolen, we will suffer the consequences. I'd also like to speak to contractors. Contractors should shy away, should desist from bringing us foreigners when there's development projects in our areas. There's a lot of manpower right there, a lot of talent right there in our areas. We may no longer, if we continue with this situation, we may no longer produce a high caliber of young people, the level of Mandela Tambo, because our young people now are sold out to various kinds of substance abuse and addictions of some sort. So we still need to skill our young people with the basic skills, bricklaying, plumbing, and so on, and give them those opportunities like Human Settlement has. Thank you.
Let's stick to the 3 minutes because we're left with 15 minutes. If we can stick to the 3 minutes, all of us will then have a fair
Asizame ukuthatha imizuzu emithathu esizasalelo 15 minutes ukuze sonke sizothola ithuba lokuphawula. Siyabonga.
Ngiyabonga ithuba kuSiphiwe Duma qhamuka emngeni kuwa 12 eMevani. Nami ngisukuma nokuthi ngifisa ukwazi noma ngingezokwazi konke kodwa lokhu engizokusho engike ngikubone nami endaweni yami lapha kunezindlu ezakhiwa lapha I think ngo 96 or 98 lapha eMevani. Azive ziyinkinga ngalendlela xa kukwenza ngoba umuntu uyazibheka la ngaphansi njengoba zifakwa amalenteli if izulu lina amanzi ayangena la ngaphansi kwamalenteli ngoba nje ayikho ifoundation. Kuyimanje kune project eyakhiwayo yezindlu khona lapha eMevani futhi izindlu ezo 26 ekade ngifisa ukuzwa ukuthi mhlambe kulabantu abakhelwa kulezindlu lesikhathi esiphambili esizibona cha zibucayi kakhulu kona ukuthi mhlambe kukhona mhlambe abangasizakala kona njengoba kusekhona iproject ekhona esemphakathini ngoba kunemizi nje eminingi enye yakheke ematsheni enye umuntu uthi ehlele endlini uyambona kunomunye nje ubaba onongaphili kahle indlu yakhe ayivingeke esimoyeni esiright kodwa yakhiwe kulesa sikhathi lesesidlule ekade ngifisa ukuzwa ukuthi njengoba kukhona iproject esisenayo bangakwazi mhlawumbe ukuthi basizakale labo bantu bafana nalabo abesimeni esibucayi ngaleyo ndlela. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much. My name is Piwe Duma from Ward 12. I would like to know about the housing development in my area. We have an old one that was done somewhere in 1996 and 1998. Those houses are so problematic. When it rains, water just gushes out through the house. Most of them were built without a proper foundation. Water comes inside the houses. There is a current housing project underway in our area. I just want to know, can it also address those old structures which are faulty? There is an old man I know struggling mentally. He's staying in a house that's quite hazardous. So we'd like to know that the current housing project underway, can it respond to the old projects, housing projects that were built but they remained faulty?
Ngibingelele usihlalo nekomiti. Igama lami nguJabulani Kadladla ngiqhamuka ku-Ward 32. Ngiyayisupporta ibill. Kunendawo lapha ku-Ward 32 ibizwa nge-Woodlands Extension. Leyo project leyo uhulumeni wanikeza abantu isite wase eletha infrastructure waletha amanzi waletha umgaqo nogesi ukhona. Kodwa into enzakalayo laphana abantu abanemali bakwazi ukwakha i-top structure laba abangenayo imali abakwazanga ukwakha i-top structure. So into enzakalayo njengamanje uthothi laba abangakwazanga ukwakha i-top structure indawo zabo bayiluza ngoba ama-rate bayacharge wona isikweletu siyakhula sama-rate. Kuqhamuka abantu abanemali baqhamuka esemtshela ukuthi okay wena le ndawo yakho uzoyiluza because isikweletu sama-rate sesikhulu. So nansi imali nginikeza indawo yakho. Ngaleyo ndlela lawo bantu thothi umuntu indawo yakho useyidayisa aphindele emkhukhwini abanye baphindele emkashweni. Besicela nje ukuthi uhulumeni asize ekuthenini labantu kube khona indlela abazosizakala ngayo bakhelwe izindlu nabo ukuze bengayiluzi indawo zabo. Umasipala enza isiqiniseko sokuthi uhulumeni akanikeze ngala abantu indawo umasipala athathe ngabuye uhulumeni athathe ngale ngoba isikweletu siyakhula umuntu vele abo uthi kunokuthi ngiyiluze le ndawo le ngcono ngiyidayisele yona lo muntu ngoba isikweletu sama-rate angizokwazi usikhokha sesesikhulu kakhulu. Ngiyabonga.
Chair and committee, my name is Jablani Dladla. I'm from Ward 32. I support the bill. We've got an area in Ward 32 that was allocated to the community. It's the site that was allocated. Government put up also the infrastructure, and people are supposed to build for themselves. But what is really happening, it's only those with some money or access to finance that are able to put up top structures. And there's many without that access to finance or some money that can't build. Those people end up forced to sell to those with money, with some money, because if you are the owner of the site, you are liable to pay rates. So find that people are not able to pay up those rates, and the debt it begins to accumulate. So they prefer to rather sell, get something legal, and go back to the shacks. So go back to the informal settlement. So would like government to pay attention to that.
Angibingelele uhlala nekomiti lasePhalamende nguMondi Zondi ngiphume emngeni ku-Ward 4. Sinenkinga lapha e-Ward 4. Kunezinto ezindala mhlambe zakhiwa ngabo 99. Kunabantu abadala abahlala khona seziyaqhuma izindlu abakhoni abanawo amandla ukuthi bazilungise. Kunenye indawo la kunemikhukhu khona. Abanye bazalelwa khona sebezeba no40 nezingane zabo bathi indawo yamandiya. Siyamangala ukuthi indawo yamandiya angaqhamuki kanjani iminyaka emingaka uzalele khona uzukhule nezingane zakho zikhulele khona. Siyacela uhulumeni ukuthi asilekelele e-Ward 4 ngendaba yezindlu. Siyacela kakhulu. Ngisupporta konke lokho abeze ngakho la. Ngiyakusupporta, ngiyabonga.
Chair and the committee, my name is Mondi Zondi. I'm from Ward 4. We've got a serious problem in our area. There's an old housing development there. It was built somewhere in 94, and houses are already cracking. And we also have an informal settlement in the area, and people have been living there for the past 40 years. Some were born there, they grew up there, they now have children also growing up in the same area. We highly urge and implore our government to quickly intervene in Ward 4. We fully support the bill and whatever that government is doing, but we request your urgent intervention.
Igama lami nguNonhlanhla Zondo ngisuka kwa-Ward 30 eNodeli. Mina sami isicelo since kunabantu aba-affectekile ama-floods. Ngoba last year sibe nenkinga eNodeli ngesikhathi se-looting, kwanabantu abalahlekelwa indawo zokuhlala. Banikezwa izindlu zesikhashana abanye babo, kodwa abanye kuyimanje bahlala endaweni ezishile ezingena roof. Okungizwisa ubuhlungu kunomunye umgaqo nje obizwa ngoHarapha, kunomunye ubaba washawa i-stroke. Kuhlala lapha abantu ama-different nations, abantu abahlukahlukene ngokohlanga. Azange bazithole bona izindlu lezi zesikhashana. Ngowami umbono, since uhulumeni ekwazi ukuthi axhase abantu ngezindlu zesikhashana, besalindele ukuthi abatholele indawo ezi-right ukuthi abakhele. Ngibona ukuthi imali iyamosheka ngoba namanje kade kuna imvula, labantu laba ababekhelekile izindlu zesikhashana nabo bathinteka bangenelwa amanzi endlini. So esami isifiso kulabantu laba aba-affectekile abahlala ehholo, bengibafisela ukuthi uma besizakala angathi bangasizakala bonke, kungafani nalabantu laba abasala last year kuyimanje abasahlala endaweni ezingekho esimeni esi-right. Engikhuluma ngabantu abangakwazi ukuthi bayihambela, bahamba nge-wheelchair, abanye babo bahamba ngenduku. Angizibuza umbuzo ukuthi lowo muntu ubaleka kanjani malina izulu akhosele since engakwazi ukuhamba. Esami isicelo futhi ukuthi angathi uhulumeni mayekhipha iy'nsiza noma kuba nemali ayikhiphayo angathi angakulandelela ukuthi ngabe bonke abantu bayasizakala yini, ngoba ekugcineni kuba khona abasalayo bengasizakalanga, basale kanjalo njengalaba engibashoyo abasala last year kodwa abasahlala esimeni esingekho right. Abavuka mangabe kunimvula bavuke baneke izinto ngoba bebengenelwa imvula. Isimo esaziwayo ngoba ehholo la kuhlala khona labantu laba abakhosele njengamanje kwaze kwafika nobaba uGwede Mantashe wabathembisa ukuthi bazosizakala bonke, kodwa kuyimanje kunabantu abasala last year abangazange basizakale abasahlala ey'meni engekho right. Okokugcina bengicela makukuthi kukhona i-project evelayo mhlampe mayelana nezokwakha noma umsebenzi othize ba-involve abantu abakuma-settlement ukuze ekugcineni intsha yethu singabi nalabantu laba babizwa ngamaphara, babanike abantu abasha ithuba lokuthi baparticipate nabo kube khona abakwenzayo emphakathini ukuze kuzogwemeka ubugebengu nobuba. Ngiyabonga.
My name is Nonhlanhla Zondo from Ward 13 Northdale. Mine is just a request that since we are affected by the floods and others are also affected by looting and they lost their houses, particularly there is people in the area called Harambe Street who were left out. Many people were left without getting any government help there. Yet they were promised some temporal structures. Others did benefit, but many were left out. Many people are still in community halls, and my wish is that they will all be assisted so that they don't suffer the same fate like the previous group, where some of them were helped and others were not helped. There is people there in the very same community halls on wheelchairs, people there in the very same halls who were living with different disabilities. And I request that whenever government is intervening with some help of different kinds, let there be a particular follow-up that checks did these finally get to the intended beneficiaries. Others remain without help. In fact, most remain without any help. Even Baba Kwede Mantashe came, saw some people in community halls were left out. He promised people remain without any help. My last contribution would be, whenever there is an RDP development or any work from government, consider recruiting from informal settlement to try fight the growing, to try curb the growing number of young people who are homeless and who live on the streets and who have become drug addicts. Thank you.
Angibonge sihlalo kanye nethimba lakho. Lokho kwenzakala namhlanje ngicela ukuthi sikuthathe ngokungathi sina. La okwenzekayo mina njengomuntu osemdala nje ngiyayibuka lento ukuthi izolidela kuphi. Sizobuyela kuma basics. Ayevela ayesethanda ukuthi ashabalale ngoba ngibonile ukuthi abantu abaningi bajike behlelwa uthando lokubona sangazuthi abasenako ukubaluleka ezweni labo. Uma uzobheka lezi zinto ezenza ukuthi sibe nenkinga ikakhulukazi ngengifunda la usomqulu noma ngingawufundanga kahle umthetho osivivinywa wenu ngoba ngifike late. Kodwa ngithembe ukuthi inhlanga ubone ukuthi uyabona ke manje sekuyasetshenzwa ke manje. Uma ngempela singase sizilandele zonke lezi zinto ezikulomthetho osivivinyo kuyobuyela kule ndlela yakudala ukuthi sibe nezakhiwo eziyiquality isihlalo. Kuyobuyela kule yanto yokuthi iSouth Africa njengoba iyinhle Africa kuyofezeka futhi lokho ngoba besingakwenzanga ngephutha ekuqaleni sizazokwenza manje. Yibo labantu bala eSouth Africa abenza le South Africa enjena manje esijabulayo nokho abaningi ukuthi siyababona bayihalela and bafisa ukuthi nabo babe njengathi. Lokhu ke la okula isikhathi esiningi nxa singase sicophelele kakhulu ngiyakutshela iqiniso impela sizophumelela kulento. Kuyadingeka ukuthi mekusetshenzwa noma yinini into eyisakhiwo ngoba isakhiwo siyimpilo. Isakhiwo ngasakha namhlanje kodwa kophuma izukulwane kuze kuphume ngisho nesesihlanu kulesakhiwo. So ke uma kusuka kwakhiwa ngempela kuyadingeka kube khona umuntu olandelayo o neutral ongeke ahambisane nako konke lokhu ukuthi inkontrakt yakhiwayo ubani owinile ithenda kanjani. Kepha yena enze sure ukuthi lokhu uyakubona ukuthi kulandeleka ngendlela eyiyona yona. Ngibona ke leli komiti lakho usihlalo kunye nabo bonke kade sinabo la basihabulisile ngeminingi imqondo ebonayo ukuthi ngempela mangase sihambe kanye nayo sizoyiqeda lenkinga khona. Konke lokho khona kudinga umoya omuhle nje ukusebenzisana. Ukwakhiwa kwezindlu ezingekho emthethweni ukubuyisana sidweba amaplan senze yonke leyo nto sibuyisana ngendlela eyiyona siqhubekeke kanjalo nezinto ezicorrect. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
My name is Tom Mshabalala from Ward 21. Thanks much, Chair, and your committee. What's happening here, I'm observing as an elderly person, and I can see that this will actually take us back to the basics that we seem to have been forgetting. When I look at this proposed bill, I realize that we're going to get working again as a country. South Africa is beautiful, is a beautiful country in the world. And South Africa was made beautiful with all the infrastructure, the buildings. It was built by South Africans. So we should continue with this momentum and will be the envy of everybody. If only we can follow all the dictates of this proposed bill. Any building that is built, buildings are generational, and there has to be a neutral person who will follow up to ensure that the structure is indeed solid. So if we follow up this bill, we will have a great, and we'll all enjoy good governance. Thank you.
Ugama la tata.
Tom Shabalala. Tom Shabalala.
Usipho biyase lokhulumayo. Ngiyisupport iBill, ibulise. Uwodwani kwaMpumuza. Qhamuka kodwani kwaMpumuza. La sinenkinga la. kunabantu ababebhalisa izindlu kuze kuzebe manje abazi bazitholeni labantu laba ababhalisa izindlu labantu abahluphekayo ngempela bese kuba nabantu oyafika iluka abayenzelwa izilephu kodwa izindlu azange ziqhubeke kwagcina ngezilephu nje zashiya kanjalo base behamba bazange bazithola izindlu ukuthi labo bantu abanjengalabo bazokwenziwa njani nemvula ke kwezinye indawo khona kwaMpumuza izikhahlazile impela besicela ukuthi uhulumeni asixhase ngiyabonga
Balisa lapho, those houses that has been left with slabs.
My name is Sipho Mieza. I support the bill, but we have a serious problem. There's people who registered for a house, but never got any. And I'm talking about the really needy, poor and indigent people who really need, but they never got any. Others got only slabs, and they don't have the capacity to build up from those slabs. Another thing in my conclusion, people in my area in Kwampumuza suffered from the floods. Would like government to please quickly intervene since people suffered these floods.
Ngibingelela bonke abantu esinabo la kuleli hall. Ngibingelele izikhulu zami ziphume eParliament ngokuhloniphekileyo. Ngibonge kakhulu ukuthola ithuba lokuthi nathi ke sibe yingxenye namhlanje ukuthi kube khona esizokusho nje njengoba ku-amendwe ibill. Ngiyayisupport ibill nami. Mina ngiphume emkhambathini ka-Ward 4 nguMaria ngwakamwelasi Sibongo. Emkhambathini sinenkinga lapha yalabantu bamaplaza belungu. Bafike bathatha abantu bethu babasebenzise. Abantu abanayo indawo yokuhlala. Kuthiwe kuyazanywa bazanyele okhansela babazamele ukuthi bayobakhela. Hayi, athi hayi ngizokwakha mina, bangavumi. Bagcine labantu bethu sebakhe imijondolo. Ufike sekuwuqhaqha nje imijondolo baze bagcine sebenza inyoka zogesi. Akwenzekayo uzothola ukuthi abanye babulawa ugesi lo wenyoka. Akuthi simasipala ngoba engathanda ukuba bakhele indawo abangenayo. Ngikhuluma kumanjena nje kade kukhona imvula. Bahlele endaweni edabukisa ungazi ukuthi uzothini ngayo umuntu ephila. Izolo khona umunye umama ekuthiwa uyagula ngahamba ngayombheka. Ngifika uhlele endlini egcwele udaka nje angazi ukuthi into ongayithini yani. Bayafisa okhansela abelungu abafuni lutho. Kwenye indawo ufika uthola ukuthi nampa abantu bakhile. Athi umlungu angifuni umuntu ozowakhela abantu bami. Yimina engizobakhela. Ihlazo lenzekile njengoba manje kade kukhona imvula lezi. Kukhona umuzi obunezindlu ezu9 zawa zonke kwasale yodwa. Banqabelene khona. Lapho abantu bamtshela ukhansela wakhona. Ukhansela kudaya ngoba phela umlungu akafuni ukuthi ongenayo lapho. Uyena obakhela izindlu zabo. Mesibuzizwa lezi indlu anikazwe engakalani bathi nje woveza unyawo. Inkinga leyo sesingacela ukuthi kubill mhlambe nisibekele ekuthaneni ke kuyoxoxisana nabo ukuthi hayi phela ake besinike ilungelo lethu nathi sinelungelo ukuthi sihlale emaplazini abo akusho ukuthi asinalungelo. Ngiphinde ngibe sekulapha lekuthaneni kunabantu abakhayo izindlu ziwa ngempela. Ngani ngoba ingane zethu lezi ziyayibona umakhaka bese hayi ngiyolekelela. Ulambile umntwana esiswini abesebona okay iblock sibekwa kanje nami ngeza ahamba yopractice ngale. Ngenkathi ebheka le iyawini angithi ngiyamoshakala mina ngalana. 2 ngokwamina ukubuka bengithi ngaba njani mhlambe senze kanje kuyibill ningixolele mangabe mhlambe ngiphuma kulayini. Kubill njengoba sowomama sake thina Sasabalaza sizothi angaphathwa ama-ID nangempela kwalungu. Namhlanje bengelunge yini ukuthi esenze kanje. Sambe so trainwa kuleyo ward ekuzongena izindlu, kutrainwe umama, kutrainwe i-youth. Ngoba kunabo mama abahanjelwa abadoda abo, abazi ukuthi bazodlala. Ngeke sikwazi ukuthi bonke labantu sibafake emsebenzini. Akube khona phela isinto abasenzela sona. Ufika umuntu komunye umuzi uthi angena kuphila ngemali le esibonele sengane kuphela. Njengoba izinto ibiza kangaka, ngale mali wenzani? Uzozuzani ngale mali? Amafutha 250. Imali yengane imalini? Kushuthi awutholi lutho ke lapho. Ingakho ngithi siyacela ukuthi kwi-billion nik-amend ekutheni nathi sabo mama. Uma ngabe kuzoba khona iproject yezindlu kube youth kube womama. Ngeke sihluleke sizozibambela. Ngibonge. Sengibongile kona kakhulu ukuthola ithuba.
Greetings to everyone in the hall and to particularly to our dignitaries on front. Thank you so much for the opportunity just for us to come in and engage with you. My name is Maria Mvelasa. I'm from Ward 4 Kambatini. We have a problem in our area where we find that there is a farm owner who would take our young people for labor. They would hire them to come and work in the farms, but not provide any accommodation. So these people are left with no choice but to build shacks in those farms. And those shacks have got illegally connected electricity. And with the rains prevalent right now, those shacks are washed away. People are getting diseases. People are really living in shady and muddy places in those farms. And the farm owners reject any development in their areas because it's private property and municipality has got no legal grounds to develop in those areas. So we would like to ask that our government try to forge some working relationship with those farm owners so that people staying in those farms would get some assistance. I know of this particular family that had 9 separate buildings in that farm. With these recent rains, all 8 of those buildings were washed away. They now they live in one house. People from different 9 buildings, they are now in one building. And the council cannot help because farm owners won't allow any government intervention on their private property. When there is RDP housing or RDP development, we request that what I've noticed is that some of these contractors, to cut away or mitigate some costs, they take unskilled children to have them work. They work there without skills. No wonder, no surprises when those houses begin to fall because people were building without any expertise and prior training. So in this bill, I request that you also give women an opportunity. We mothers fought and struggled for this country. We march against the past system as mothers in this country. So whenever there is development, give women a chance because these grants cannot really feed us any longer. You know, just one cooking oil would cost about 250. Look at the grant that we're getting. So we cannot really feed ourselves. So whenever there is a building project, give women a chance, train them, equip them, upskill them, and let them be involved in the project. Thank you.
Ngibingelele usihlalo nekomiti lakhe lonke nabo bonke abakhona ngaphakathi. Ngiyayisupport ibill kodwa nginesifiso sokuthi njengoba ngike ngabona into ebithi kuleya bill
Ubani ugama?
ugabisile ngwakamathe ngiqhamuka kwa-ward 4 empendle. Ngiyaxolisa. Ngiyabonga ithuba esilitholile lokuthi sikwazi ukuthi sibe yingxenye yalolu suku. Ngiyayisupporta ibill. Into engikhala ngayo mina ukuthi ngike ngabona into lapha ya kulama pamphlets ebesiwafunda ethi uma ingasiphase mhlambe ingase iqale kwizindlu ezingakabukhona. Bengifisa ukuthi mina zingene nalezindlu ezikhona njengamanje ngenxa yokuthi ngesikhathi zakhiwa bekungekho into ebikwazi ukuthi iyelekelela ukuthi akube yimiphi imigomo elandelwayo. Ingakho ke ngifisa ukuthi nalezi esezikhona izindlu azingene abanikazi bazo abangene ngaphansi kwalokuvikeleka. Bese kuba ukuthi uhulumeni siyafisa ukuthi alekelele ekutheni ukudevelopa abakhi ukuze babe sezingeni leli elidingakalayo elizokwazi ukuthi lakhe izindlu ezingeke ziphinde zibe nazo inkinga. Ziye zibe khona ke izinto zama learnership. Siyacela ukuthi uhulumeni ayisupervise into yama learnership ngoba uthola ukuthi akhishiwe ama learnership ukuthi abantwana bafunde in terms of into ye construction. Ubone ukuthi naku kukhona okuncane abakwenzayo ugcina usubona sebethi hayi siyahola sihlele ekhaya. Leyo nto iyakutshela ukuthi abasaqhubeki nento bekufanele bayenze noma kona kusuke kade ku 6 months izikhathi ezincane abasuke kade bezozifunda. Kodwa uma kungaba khona ukuthi kusuperviseke kahle leyo nto ingakwazi ukuthi iqhubeke ukuthi kulo 6 months baphinde bafake kuze kufike kwilevel yokuthi bababakhi bangampela. Siyacela ke nama penalty kulabo sonkontraka abasuke sebenze izindlu zangaba sesimweni mhlambe ngenxa yezathu ezithile mhlambe ngenxa yokujaheka noma ngenxa yokungamonithwa kahle ukuthi penalty impela ingabile penalty abazokwazi ukuyi-afford kube penalty abangeke bakwazi ukuyi-afford ukuze bazi nje ukuthi straight away benze izinto ezicorrect ngoba uma kuyi-penalty abakwazi ukuthi bayikhiphe from imali abasuke beyigainile bese bekwazi ukusala neprofit leyo nto ngeke yenzele ukuthi ngeke ibenze ukuthi bayenze lento okufanele bayenze. Sicela ukuthi umthetho ubaphula impela ingalo ukuze singaphindi sibe ney'nkinga mhlambe ezicishe zibe nje. Bese kuthi ama-guidelines kule yanto yama-RDP houses ama-guidelines sicela ukuthi mhlambe basebenzisane kakhulu nenhlaka ezisuke zikhona emphakathini mhlambe nobuholi bendabuko obusuke bekhona bendawo namakhansela kusebenze i-relationship yabo ibe isondelane kakhulu ngoba njengoba kade seke ekhona seke wayiphawula lento ukuthi uthola ukuthi ngenxa yey'nkinga ezithile umuntu uyaqualify for ukuthi abe nayo i-RDP kodwa indawo akuyona ayizukwenza ukuthi le RDP imlekelele. Uzothola ukuthi mhlambe after 6 months ikhona sekufanele amuve ngezathu ezithile mhlambe uyaxoshwa noma kunjani ake kube khona ukulalelana ukuthi ngoba zisuke zikhona iy'nhlaka ey'khona emphakathini ezikwaziyo uku-understand indawo ezihleli kuyona ukuthi kusetshenziswana ukuthi nolo njengoba esethi ngeke akwazi ukuthi abekelwe indlu yakhe la akabekelwe lapho kungabi nalo mgomo othi cha intuthuko ebesiyilethile ibizonithuthukisa lana ikhona ingayifaki into ye-greenfield ayifake ngoba kusuke bekhona abantu abalidayo kuleyo ndawo abakwazi ukulekelela ukuthi lento ngeke yenzeke kanje izokwenzeka kanje. So ama-guidelines awathi ukuthamba makufika endaweni zasemakhaya ngoba indlela okuphilwa ngayo endaweni yasemakhaya ihlukile kakhulu bese kuba ile yanto yokulekeleleka ke kubakhi ukuthi abakhi abalekeleleke.
Siyabonga mama. Some of the issues register them there.
Okunye okuningi ngoba impela ngathi umgodlo ugcwele ungakushiya lapha yana etafuleni. My name is Kabisile Mate from Ward 4. Greetings to Chair, your committee chair and the members of the community present. I support the bill. I appreciate the opportunity to engage. My only issue would be with the fact that it seems to address only new houses, but only to find that there's a whole lot of other houses that were built in the past that needs fixing, that are faulty. So my request is that the bill also get to respond to the other faulty structures that were built before. And I also would like to pray that government develop its own builders so that we know that we've got people from within our systems that produce quality. Let me ask you to pay attention to the learnerships. The learnerships that we have are coming up with a number of challenges. You find some young people engaged in these learnership programs. Some of them, they won't even finish those 6 months. Some even when they do finish, but you don't see the end results. After the learnership, what happens next? And I also like to go to the point of penalties, that when we effect those penalties to a contractor, don't make it easy, don't be lenient, don't give them minimums. They can just pay and get away with it. Make those penalties very harsh so that they will shy away from committing such shady works. Let the law really break their arm so that they will never dare do poor production in the near future. So I also want to request that a government try to stimulate and encourage some synergies between local government and traditional leaders. Let there be a smooth collaboration there because our people are suffering.
Sabona che nekomiti lakho nomphakathi wonke. Igama lami nguNomagugu wakaNsibande. Ngisuka ka Ward 1 eMngeni. Ngiward committee yaseshiya abazali. Iportfolio yami iGBV. Sihlalo okuningi sebengikhavile kukona. Kodwa engithanda ukuthi ukwazi ukuthi asikho happy ngendawo yaseshiya abazali informal settlement. Kuneminyaka nami ngifike behlala kuneminyaka abantu bahlala khona. Indawo yakhona ihlanganisa inhlaka ezahlukene. Ubugebengu buphezulu, kusetshenziswa ama-drugs and so on, izinto zimbi. Ngicela ukubuza kule yezindlu. From ngo-1994 kuze kube ngu-2022 akaze kuphume ngisho indlu eyodwa ye-RDP endaweni ekuthiwa kusekhaya elisha. Kuhleli kunenkinga. Bengicela ukubuza kuwe Chair ukuthi uma ngabe indawo mhlawumbe uhulumeni eyikhombile akwazi ukuthi mhlawumbe kungake kushintshwe kubhekelelwe enye indawo ukuze kudlule isikhathi esingaka kungaphumile ngisho indlu eyodwa ye-RDP for 28 years kule nkululeko yethu umhlaba usezandleni zabantu Chair. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much, Chair, and your committee and the members of the community. My name is Nomagugu Ntsibande.
Can you go and register there, ma'am? There.
Siyacela amanye amaphuzu akho uyowashiya lapha etafuleni. I'm Nomagugu Ntsibande from Ward 4. I'm a Ward Committee member. I'm covered largely by the previous speakers. I'm from an area called Shia Bazali. It's an informal settlement. It's a crime infested area because there's different nationalities, people from different countries, there are different backgrounds. So there's a whole lot of mayhem and disorder going on there. So we would like our government to identify some places just to provide development. There is another area not too far from us called Kailisha. It's another informal settlement. There hasn't been any development there. So my question is, how come in 28 years we are in power, there is no development? There are some areas would never receive any development. Is the government not finding any places for development, or? Yeah, that was just about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We have agreed that was the last last people.
Sibonge kakhulu igroup yethu yokugcina leyo.
Amongst us, we have people who have crafted the bill from the department. We have Mr. Ngwenya and he's with the NHBRC.
Phakathi kwethu sinabantu abasibhalele le bill eParliament sino advocate uNgwenya una zakwabo lapha ba NHRBRC.
I'm going to give them chance to speak to issues that
Ngizoba-
are raised on the bill.
Ngizobanikeza ithuba ukuthi bakhulume kwimidadi umphakathi eyivezile emayelana nalomthetho sivivinyo.
But before I give them the opportunity, let me respond to some of the few issues that were raised by some of the speakers.
Ngaphambi ukuthi ngibanikeze ithuba ngicela ukukhuluma nje nazo ezinye izinto ezishiwo ikhulumi zethu la.
But I must indicate that we have noted everything that you have given us.
Anginiqinisekisa ukuthi konke nikushilo sikuqophile phansi sikubhalile.
And as we are going to sit together as the committee deliberating on this bill, we are going to consider your inputs.
Uma sihlala phansi njengekomiti sicubungula sihlahla indlela yaphambili kuloko noma kanjani izimvo zenu sizozibhekisisa.
But there are issues that I must just respond so that our people can know where to go from here.
Khona okunye ke ngifuna ukubalula ngiphendule kokho so that abantu bethu bazokwazi ukuthi bazosuka bayephi uma sisuka la.
There is the issue of the people on the waiting list who are elderly, who are not getting houses.
Kunodaba labantu abasemalistini abalindele izindlu abadala abangasitholi izindlu.
Because the speaker is still here, will be able to help us to deal with those issues with the province. Because the minister, as was tabling the budget, indicated that there should not be an elderly or child-headed family or a person with disability who queue on the list.
Speaker uzosiza kakhulu ngani ngoba ongqongqoshe ngesikhathi ekhuluma ngebudget yakwa human settlement yezezindlu uthi akufanele kube khona umbaba umuntu omdala noma imuzi osele nezingane zodwa kanye namuntu onokukhubazeka okufanele abe se listini alinde ukuthola indlu.
And therefore it's important that the beneficiary list should prioritize those groups.
Ngakho kuqinisekile ukuthi ngesikhathi kwenziwa ilist lama group enqata kwabalula mawangene kuqale umqeme.
The other issue that minister has raised on the beneficiary list was to digitize the list so that there is no removal of any name on the list after people have registered with whether municipality or province or national.
Okunye okusho ngqongqosho ukuthi ayithi mingena ilist ayivele ingene kubuxhakaxhaka bama-computer ukuze ngabe khona ukubhala nokucinywa kwegama lomuntu uma selingenile ohlweni.
And the other issue that was raised was on incomplete houses, which we call them block project.
Okunye okusho umphakathi la izindlu engaphelanga esikubiza ngama blocked projects ezaqala zabuye zama.
And the minister had indicated to the committee that she has prioritized to unblock those projects. The project will take 3 years. And as a committee, we requested that the department should actually give the details of all those unblocked projects from the ward level to the province.
Ongqongqoshe ke uthe zonke lema zindlu zaqala zakhiwa zaphinde zayekwa inqumele nje iminyaka emithathu kuyilo lonke izwe ukuthi kufanele ziqedwe ziphele nya.
Therefore, the minister will come to the committee to give us the plan to eradicate those to unblock those unblocked projects.
Ungqongqoshe kusazoze ekomidini ukusitshela ukuthi umhlahlandlela oya phambili uzohamba kanje kanje kanje.
There is an issue that we raised on that the bill should include those houses that were built before, amangwama 1 room, 2 room, amangwaneta, jalo njalo. There is a program called ratification program in the department, and therefore the NHBRC, when they are going to speak, they will actually emphasize on that point.
Khona kokunye okushiya ukuthi kunezindlu ezakhiwe eqaleni ezinye 1 room ezinye 2 room ezinye ziyavuza khona uhlelo kuthiwa i-ratification program ukulungiswa kwamaphutha ngicabanga ukuthi oza kwethu bakwa NHBRC bazocacisa kabanzi lapho ukuthi bosizakala kanjani labo bantu.
And there was an issue on the people who are not qualifying for the RDP houses, but they are not even qualifying on the bond. The department has got a program called Help Me to Buy a House, which is called a flip program.
Kuphinde kwavela ukuthi khona bangakhona ukuthola indlu ye-RDP uxhaso bangaphinde bangakhona futhi ukuthola ibond emabhange ukuthi bayothenga indlu. Uhulumeni kunohlelo kuthiwa oluthi Help Me Buy a House ngisize ukuthi ngithenge indlu bazongena lapho labo bantu ukuthi basizakale nabo.
Therefore, it's important that those people should approach the department, and then they will be helped to get their houses.
Kubalulekile ukuthi labo bantu mabaqonde ngqo kumnyango ukuze balithole usizo olufanelekileyo.
There is issues of houses that were left unfinished by contractors, as I've indicated. Those we call them a block project, and government is intended to correct that. But as a committee, what we said to the department, would want to know what has happened in the department, how they take, how do they penalize those people who have left those houses?
Mphinde nakhuluma kwashiwo ngezindlu ezashiya ezingaqedanga show nkontileka siyazi ugovernment unalo uhlelo alwenzayo ukuyiqedela kodwa ke njengekomiti sikubuzile ukuthi ngabe bathola yena ujezo labo sonkontileka abashiya izindlu bengayiqedile na.
And there were people who talked about people who were affected by the floods who are staying in their halls, and they are requesting that now they need to be given the temporary housing structures.
Kwaphinde kwaba khona bakhuluma abantu abakhahlanyezwe yikhukhula abahlele emaholo njengamanje ukuthi mabasizakale bathole izindlu zesikhashana.
I must indicate that government has established interministerial team which works with provinces and municipality to address those issues.
Agnazisa ukuthi uhulumeni usakhe ithimba longqongqoshe abasebenza kanye nezifundazwe kanye nomasipala abasemakhaya ukuqonda ngqo lezo inkinga zeyikhukhula.
And Parliament has established an ad hoc committee which they were here last week, and they will be calling that interministerial team to check on the progress.
Kune committee ke futhi uhulumeni alihleli lade lilapha evikini eledlule elizosebenzisa ukubhekelisisa noma ukulandelela ukuthi usizo liyafika yini ngqo ebantwini ngokusheshsha.
And ourselves as a human settlement, we will work with the ad hoc committee to make sure that all people who are affected, they get assisted.
Nathi njenge portfolio committee sosebenzisana kanye ne-ad hoc committee ukuqinisa ukuthi bonke abantu abahlukumezeka bayalifumana ngempela balithola usizo.
I think those are the issues that I thought I must respond.
Yeah, ilezo nje engibona ukuthi angiyiphendule ngokusheshsha.
You know, when we were moving around, there was the issue of the penalties. All May, they were saying that, no, the penalty is huge in terms of the bill, therefore, it needs to be reduced. And I was impressed by Umama was very strategic to say, no, leave it the way it is because it will make sure that nobody default the process.
Kuzo zonke indawo esihambile yabaningi abebekhuluma bengabesilisa ubezwa bekhala bethi awu cha lesi sijezi senesisa konkontileka ngathi sinzima kakhulu kodwa ke ngethanda umama uvele wathi awu cha sincane asiqiniswe kakhulu ukuze kungabi khona umuntu ezodlala ngabantu.
And the writers of the bill were little convinced. Probably they can see why what Mama has said is very important too, so that people must not take advantage of our people.
Ngiyabona ukuthi nabashicileli balomthethosivivinyo bayizwile impela le bayizwa kahle ngoba akufanele abantu bakithi badlale abanye abantu.
And contractors, when they are given job to do, they must do it with distinction so that we can give them more jobs.
Oh sonkontileka uma bethola ithuba lokusebenza mabasebenza ngendlela esezingeni eliphezulu ukuze bezothola eminye futhi imisebenzi.
And the last thing is on the issue of informal settlement. There is a program called upgradation of informal settlement, formalization of those areas, and in areas where there is no, the area are not meant to stay people, department are working with provinces and municipality to relocate those people.
Mayelana neindawo ehlala abantu neindawo ezishothi kunohlelo uhulumeni nawo oqinisa ukuthi lezo indawo isengathuthukiswa yini ilungene usizo noma abantu basuswe babeke kwezinye indawo uhulumeni neminyango yakho ngokwehlukahlukana bayisebenzisana ngokubambisana ukuyixazulula leyo ndaba kokuphuthuma.
And all the specific issues that have been raised, we are going to table it in Parliament.
Zonke lezi zinto enishilo la nathi siyithatha sizisa ngqo sozithi mekithi eParliament.
And it will become the agenda of this committee as we go forward.
Kuzoba ke umhlahlandlela wethu njengaleli committee esizosebenza ngawo masiqhubeka.
So I'm now going to invite Mr. Ngwenya to talk to some of the issues on the bill.
Ngizocela Mr. Ngwenya sondele ukuthi akhulume ngezinto ezimbalwa lapha kwibill.
And I must mention that the people, community from disability too, they've raised the important issue of the braille and houses that we build which does not accommodate them. We have noted them, so I'm just saying, don't say the chair has not spoken about our issues.
Sizwile kakhulu nale ye braille ukuthi azithi uma ibhalwa ama bills ethu abhalwe ngendlela efundekayo nokuthi bonke abantu ngokwehluka kwabo bakwazi ukuyithola bayiqonde.
Thank you, Mr. Ngwenya.
Siyabonga Mzana Ngwenya.
Thank you very much, and to honorable members, and also good afternoon to the community at large.
Sibonge sihlalo namalungu ahloniphekileyo ngicela uphinde kubengelela nomphakathi ohloniphekileyo wonke.
I must confirm, Chair, that as a draft of legislation, so I'll get a guidance from you and the community at large, in particular the interest in debate for or against the issue around clause 79 dealing with the penalties.
Angiqiniseke sihlalo ukuthi ngosizwa ngokululekwa ikomiti lakho nawe ukuthi kule nkulumo ehlabahlosile ka 79 ekhuluma ngenhlawulo ukuthi siya kanjani phambili.
Because the general principle is that, Chair, that as a builder or as a contractor, you don't have to worry about the penalties if you are doing, the correct thing.
Ngoba iqiniso ukuthi uma umakhi akufanele ukhathazeke kakhulu ngenhlawulo uma wazi ukuthi into yakhayo wakha into eqinile neyiqiniso.
The second point that was raised, Chair, by the members of the committee was in respect of the provision of clause number 40.
Elinye iphuzu elishiwo yileli ekhulunywa ku clause 40 kusigaba 40.
It's about the issue, the concern about the fees that are payable, for registration that others are of the view that, the registration fees, is unaffordable.
Mayelana nemali ekhokhwayo ukuregister abanye bebethi le mali ekhokhwayo ngazuthi inzima kakhulu ijoka kwabaningi.
And the period and the duration, is too short in terms of the duration for the renewal of those registration.
Nanokuthi fanele ukhokhe nini uphinde uvuselele nini babona ngathi isikhathi sifishane kakhulu.
So we further also need to look into the provisions of clause 40 to avoid the unintended consequences.
Kuzomela siphinde sibhekisise lokho ukuze abantu bakithi bangayizweli ngazuthi bacindezelekile.
The other issue, Chair, that was also raised was the issue that relating to specifically relating to training and education.
Okunye bekushiwo ukuthi siqeqesha kanjani sifundisa abantu ukuze bakwazi ukusebenza umsebenzi osezingeni.
Therefore, Chair, we need to also closely look into the provision of clause 41 that basically deal with this particular aspect. In particular, if you look at clause 14, we need actually to provide a specific mechanism upon which the board have to do these particular programs.
Kuzomela sibhekisise lapho clause 41 no clause 14 ukuthi sikhanyise ba ukuthi iboard lizongenelela nini kuphi.
We should put with certainty, to the board or to the council for them to perform certain functions. And we should also compel them through the regulations that they need actually to outline those specific programs. We should not be only talking about the issue that they have to deal with, the issue that relating to education and training, but we must compel them through a regulation that they need to identify those particular specific programs.
Komele singakhulumi nje kuphela ukuthi kuyomela baqikelele ukuthi kunoqeqesho nokuthuthukisa amakhono. Kodwa kuyomela siphoqe ngokomthetho ukuthi iboard liyakwenza lokho ngempumelelo futhi.
And the last issue, Chair, that I want to raise was the issue that was raised about the issue about the warranty fund, the period of the warranty fund.
Okugcina sihlalo kube udaba le warranty fund ukuthi izosebenza kanjani.
There was a concern that the warranty fund cannot be linked to the period upon which you have to pay the bond, to 20 years as opposed to 5 years.
Abanye bebethi i-warranty fund yini ibekwe eminyakeni emihlanu ngabe ilinganiswa neminyaka ye-bond mhlambe u-20 years.
Because if you look in terms of this particular essence and the purpose of this particular bill is basically to provide the warranty cover for structural defect for 5 years and including the roof leak.
Uma sikhuluma ngaleyo warranty fund lesi sibhekelela isakhiwo sibheke futhi nanothayela ukuthi uma sidabuka noma sivuza ayibe khona imali eyilungisayo ngaleso sikhathi leso.
So, Chair, the issue with regard to the period of the warranty fund will have to actually to involve into a discussion and also look in terms of how to strike the balance between actually the period of the warranty fund and also including the issue that relating to the sustainability of that particular fund.
Kuzomela ukuthi siyibhekisise usicubungisise ukuthi le warranty fund iphatheka kangakanani nokuthi izoqhubeka kanjani ihlale ikhona ukuze izoba usizo ebantwini.
I think lastly, Chair, the colleagues will talk about the issue that relating to ratification. You are correct that the ratification program is there and it's meant for the purpose of ensuring that those particular houses that we build that were not initially actually enrolled by the province are covered by that particular program.
Issue ye ratification yokulungiswa kwezindlu ezakhiwa zaba namaphutha kuzomela siqikelele impela ukuthi iyangenelela ukusiza kulezo zindlu ezaba namaphutha ingakabi khona le warranty fund.
So there must be a specific relationship and a specific purpose focused relationship between the municipality, the province and the NHBRC to enable them to identify once the houses have been identified for ratification purposes by the municipality, it need of course actually to be elevated to the province and subsequently for the NHBRC to enable them actually to fix and also to fix their particular house.
Kushuthi kuzomela kube neqeqebana eliqonde ngqo kuyo yonke iminyango nezigaba zikahulumeni nezinhlaka zikahulumeni ukuqiniseka ukuthi lezi zindlu esezingeke esimeni okumele zilungiswe zilithola kanjani usizo nesinxephezelo.
Thank you, Chair.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo.
You're fine? Okay. But are you not giving them where they can find you in HBRC?
NHBRC ngcono nje ubakutshele ukuthi bazonithola kuphi noma netholakala kuphi.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, committee members. Good
Bingelele
afternoon,
sihlalo.
members of the community.
Committee.
Chair, please excuse my back. My name is Gary. I'm from the NHBRC for KZN. I just want to add on to what my colleague and friend Kwezi has mentioned regarding the rectification program. I think what members need to do is approach your councillors in your specific areas, get those councillors to utilize their access through those municipalities to take up those issues with regards to rectification with the province, and eventually through the programs that the province have relating to rectification in the various areas, we as NHBRC will get involved and assist through those programs. So that's the channel that you need to follow, and you need to actually take your matters through. Take it through the council and through those municipalities, and then make sure that those issues actually get to the province to actually deal with those issues, and that's the Department of Human Settlements.
Indlela ke sisheshayo ezosiza lezi zindlu ezakhiwa kudala ezingalungisekile noma sezingasekho esimeni manje ukuthi nitshela amakhansela ase emkhandlweni wenu, umkhandlu usekwisifundazwe sizobeke sesingena nathi njenge-HRBRC ukusebenzisana nesifundazwe ukuthi zilungiseke lezo zindlu. Iyona ndlela leyo yokusebenza.
The NHBRC has got a website, www.nhbrc.org.za, and on that website we've got a contact numbers where you can get hold of us at any time. They'll also provide you a email address where you can actually address your issues to those email addresses. We've also got offices in all around the province, in 3 areas in the province, in eThekwini, in Newcastle, and also in Richards Bay. But through those offices, you can also contact us and liaise with us in terms of any issues that you want to raise or take up with the NHBRC. And in addition to that, we've got a marketing and training division within the NHBRC where you can actually raise your issues with those specific divisions, and we can actually assist you with training. I think what you must also understand is that the NHBRC does not discriminate against anyone. We provide training for everyone across the board, be it youth, and we also provide training for artisans in various aspects of the various fields within the actual building sector, be it painting, be it carpentry, be it bricklaying. So we can actually assist with training as well in those specific areas.
Siyatholakala kwi-website yethu njobe ishilo sinama office eThekwini, sinama office eRichards Bay kanye naseNyokasela. Nakumungena kwi-website yethu khona email address okwazi ukuthinta ngayo, ifoni noma ufike ema-ofisini, siphinde futhi sibe nanoqeqesho esilenzayo noma yiphi nje into ethinta ezokwakha nezezindlu. Asibandlululi ngokwebala, ngakobulili nangeminyaka. Bonke abantu nje abadingayo lolo qeqesho abafuna ukungena kwezezindlu nezokwakha siyakwazi ukuthi sibasize sibaqeqeshe labo bantu.
And in closing, I just want to say that with the NHBRC, we have also got regulations that are attached to the bill that Kwezi mentioned, and those regulations will also address some of the issues that you've raised today, and those regulations will be looked at and amended to make sure that they actually tie in with whatever amendments are taking place within the new bill. Thank you.
Sinemigomo nemibandela nemigudu elandelwayo ukusiza ukusebenza kwezezindlu. Lonke lezi zinto enizishilo neziphakamisile sizosizwa yileyo mgomo leyo ukuthi abantu bakithi balithole usizo. Siyabonga.
Thank you, Chair.
Sibonge sihlalo.
Thank you very much, NHBRC.
Siyabonga NHBRC.
Yeah, the last thing that I forgot to mention is that Minister has even made a commitment to eradicate all mud houses and houses that were roofed with asbestos. So we as a committee will actually monitor that process.
Nokunye engikhohle ukusho ukuthi ungqongqoshe uthe uzibophezele ukuqeda nya zonke izindlu zodaka kanye nezindlu lezi ezifulelwe ngo-asbestos. Thina ke njengekomiti sizawuqaphelela ukusebenzisana nayo ukuthi lokho kuyenzeka.
With that note, I want to thank you for having attended these public hearings. And we want to thank the speaker and the mayor in absentia and the speaker of the district for having been with us today.
Ngifisa ukunibonga nonke ngokuthi nithatha ithuba lenu ukuthi nizoba nathi namhlanje. Sibonga uSpeaker kanye neMayor noma singasekho sibonga ukuthi nithatha ithuba nazoba nathi namhlanje.
And therefore, I'm going to request any volunteer to come and close for us with a prayer.
Sengizocela ivolunteer lodwa ukuthi lize la ngaphambili lizosivalela ngomthandazo.
A volunteer.
Ivolunteer nje elivuthayo.
Wow. Thank you, ma.
Si.
And after she had prayed,
Uma esethandazile usisi.
you don't have to leave. There are food that has been organized for yourself.
Siyacela ningaphuthumi nibaleke kunokuya ngasethunjini sekulungisiwe kwenzelwa nina.
They'll come and tell you how you should get your food.
Bazonitshela ukuthi nizothola kanjani.
Thank you.
Siyabonga.
Ngicela sivala amehlo. Baba egameni lakho siyabonga uNkulunkulu wethu osithandayo osinakekelayo osigcinayo ngazo zonke izikhathi. Siyabonga Nkosi ngosuku lwethu osiphelo namhlanje abanye abalibonanga bavukanga kodwa wena Nkosi ngomusa wakho usiphile usuku lwethu namhlanje ukuthi Nkosi sizozwa ngentuthuko yethu naba baholi bethu Nkosi ngaphakambili ubagcine Nkosi bezophuma manje beya endaweni zonke bezohamba ngenqola zomlilo nathi Nkosi esabala Nkosi yami KZN uphinde Nkosi ukusigcina uphinde ukusikhosela nasengivuleni ezikhona moya ongcwele sibonga wena uNkulunkulu wethu manje naphakade amen.
Volunteer. Volunteer.